Okay, I think I'm just about ready to get started. So, I was thinking about what I should do for the upcoming dungeons. We'll talk about it as we get into it. Let's switch over to the game. So, these next two dungeons, I'm not a fan of. I think I played through them once each, literally, just to unlock everything. But other than that, I didn't really enjoy the gimmick of it. So, for people not really familiar with the Mystery Dungeon series, essentially, there's a concept that at some point, as a challenge, you will be entering a dungeon known as a reset dungeon. It puts your level from, in this game, whatever it is, down to level 1. You keep all your skill points, but you lose access to all of your gear. And also, you have to keep in mind that a lot of skills in this game scale with, MP scales with skill level. So maxing every skill in the game is actually really not recommended for this, because you can make spells basically unusable. So if you remember, I've been mostly never upgrading our basic fire, ice, and lightning. It's because of dungeons like this, where TP really matters, and getting 20 TP back is kind of hard to do, because you're also not allowed to bring in any meals to increase the effects of Amber, which is kind of annoying. I wish meals were allowed. I wish nothing else was but meals. Then I probably would have enjoyed it a little more, but because of the fact that now I have to be concerned about A, not being able to bring in items, B, not being able to bring in gear, and then C, I could legit starve to death in the dungeon. Not a big fan. So if we game over, it's more just a waste of time. I don't lose any items, and I don't think I gain any experience from it. I could be wrong about that last part, but I know for a fact our levels reset. So for me, this is just kind of, we're gonna try to brute force it. So we have one quest left, unfortunately, in order to unlock Branch 11. That's Investigate the Mysterious Forest. A strange phenomena has been seen in the mysterious forest. It may now be a mystery dungeon. Please get to the bottom of it. Reward Kumo Otoshi. So we get a new sword, but we'll see. I probably will not go for 100% quest clear on this, as it gets really repetitive. Basically, once we clear this, we would have to beat it again as every single class. And given the fact that that does take a really long time, you basically have to clear a 30 or a 31 floor mystery dungeon for every single character class. That's a little too much for me, chat. I think at this point we'll just focus on the ones that open up the branches, and that's about it. We cleared everything else up until this point, because these we could kind of do on the way, or I was planning to get more experience anyway, so it just kind of made sense. But that one legit will add like 10 plus hours to the gameplay, with not really a big benefit, as I said before. I think I am allowed to keep items I find in it, but most of the time I won't really care about that, because we already have super gear. So yeah, not a really good reward for doing the reset dungeons. Hey, Chris. I was contemplating what party to go in with. Like, technically, this first mystery dungeon is not bad. There's no boss at the bottom, unlike the next one, which is horrible, by the way. I'm expecting to fail it at least once. But yeah, we have to get to either floor 30 or floor 31, I forget offhand. And we have to go in with basic equipment and whatever our party has. So yeah, Branch 11 is probably the hardest dungeon for me in the game. I felt it was really hard compared to the final dungeon. The final dungeon, because of the fact that you're allowed to bring in anybody with super gear, I thought was really easy compared to the previous one. Branch 11 is probably going to be the roadblock, if I had to guess where we were going to stop. Like, if you thought Ice Dragon was bad, imagine doing Ice Dragon with no item prep. That's basically Branch 11. So it is literally RNG if we could beat this boss, because I could legit get to the bottom of the dungeon and never get a strong enough weapon. I'm dead serious. The game will definitely waste our time, I have a feeling, with Branch 11. If I clear it in one try, I will be extremely surprised. It is a grueling, I think, 61 floor dungeon, and it's a level reset dungeon. It's horrible. It's the worst dungeon in the game. 100%. Just because of the fact that you can't prep for it, and you just have to win in one try. It's awful. It's awful, chat. Like, around this point in the game is where I had less fun from a casual standpoint, because I was like, man, I really don't like level reset dungeons. And then doing the Branch 11 one, I was like, oh my. So I'm expecting Branch 11 to take at least 2 sessions to clear. I'm not expecting... we could technically start it today, but I'm not expecting to beat it. And honestly, I'm half wondering if I should just beat Branch 12 out of order, because I think it's easier than Branch 11. We need all the help we can get for Branch 11, chat. Like, no exaggeration. Like, I think I beat it with, like, near level 99 characters just because they had max skills. Yeah. We'll probably do Branch 12 next, if we have time. Because at least we can leave that dungeon, so we can make progress. Now, I'm asking myself, in a no items guaranteed run, who should I bring into this dungeon? I just basically have to reach the bottom. It's meant to be able to be beaten solo, but most of our characters are not high enough level to consider even doing that. Like, Reen's high enough level. Our Sovereign is pretty close to the right level. Chris is obviously the right level. He's 82. I don't need the ninja to be that hard. Chris is suggesting Medic, Protector, Ninja, Gunner. Thinking about if that would work. I mean, Protector is definitely the freebie. Like, Protector is like, I don't want to lose, we're gonna beat it in one try. So why not? Let's give Charmander Knight more screen time. Medic. Or Sovereigns. I'm thinking at one point, chat, I reserve the right to use the Strength exploit on Branch 11, because that dungeon is just so unfun, chat. I might cheat the game on the last dungeon. I'm really highly considering it and not ruling it out. I will do everything without the strength bug involving multiple sovereigns. We could beat every other challenge in the game without needing it, but that dungeon in particular is horrible. Yeah, well, if we do Branch 11, we'll probably do like double sovereign, medic, Lance Connect, and we'll just make the Lance Connect's damage completely broken. Like, we're legit gonna break the game. Like, I'm gonna put my strength at like 300 or something if it allows me. So that way it doesn't matter if we get a bad weapon. Yeah, it literally just eliminates the RNG component of Branch 11, and that's like the hard part about Branch 11 is A, you have to get through all those floors, but then B, you have to get through all those floors without getting guaranteed gear ever. So that's a little too much for me, chat. The fact that we have to fight a boss at the end is too much for me. I'm like, no thank you. I guess we'll have Chris go in there. Why not? Chris is here suggesting the team. It makes sense to use them. Medic-wise, I don't think it even really matters who I bring. I think everybody's kind of the right level. Is there a medic I haven't really used that much? Oh, we haven't used Nancy as much, sure. And, Gunner... I guess we could bring Ohatsu? Again, it doesn't matter what our equipment is. Like, it gets taken away regardless. So this is definitely overkill, I would say, for the dungeon. But from the standpoint of, I don't want to do the dungeon again, it's acceptable. I'm okay with this. I should, in theory, equip her for later, so I don't forget to do it. Yeah, let's just give her some basics. Sneaking plate is pretty strong. I mean, I could increase her damage slightly, I guess, technically, in the future, but we'll give her sneaking plate. Anybody else that's just, like, horribly underleveled? Not really, gear-wise. Fine. Medic I haven't used yet. What are you talking about? Yentos has been used as many times as he will be used. I don't know what you're talking about. So again, it doesn't matter what we bring into the dungeon. I guess we'll do a save. One moment, chat. There we go. Sorry about that. The game returns title menu? No. he went into one combat where he did nothing. That's all that matters, chat. It is proof. Orientos. Yeah, see this? So there you go, chat. Reset level, no dish effects, no rescues, no money in, no items in. So it doesn't say you can't bring money out or items out, which is important. So we're gonna read the description of the Mysterious Forest, aka the gigantic waste of time. A dangerous spatial rift that reverts one's level to 1 and removes stairs to town. Its hazards turn away the faint of heart. Sure, we'll try with this team, see what happens. Dungeon will reset your levels to 1. In addition, there are no stairs leading back to town. Temporarily store all money under items, including equipment. Sure. Hold on to your things. Fly the Skyship port when you're back from the dungeon to retrieve your stuff. So at least they can't get rid of our super weapons, I guess. Silver linings, chat. Saving our progress. I don't think we lose anything for dying. It's just a waste of time. So yeah, so just so you're aware, look at our character stats. Chris is now level 1, which just feels dirty and wrong. Everybody here is just grossly underleveled. So I could make Chris equip the stiletto, but that would actually be to our detriment. Do we have anybody that can use that? No. So we picked up a weapon we can't even use, unless I want to make Chris use that. Let's take a look at our skills. So everything we purchased before is now visible. So Chris at least has beheading. We have Rob with auto full heal, auto revive, so we should be okay. We have a lot of unused points on Ohatsu, so we should probably level her. Oh, we can't add points back into these because we're not level 10. That makes sense. Honestly, most of these skills I'm gonna leave as is. I don't really want them to be more expensive. Let's just max Dendrology, chat. Why not? Who cares? Right, chat? I don't need those extra 2 skill points. Sure, why not? We'll get more materials. So, good luck, Chris. Oh, immediately Corrosive Gaze? How much does... Oh, Drawing Slice is gonna cost $1 million. But that's okay. Yeah, we have to be careful with Drawing Slice. I mean, it is the room delete at least. It's a monster house? Oh, that's trolly. I kind of want that item more than I want to get damage on this area. Oh, they're gonna stop me from reaching it. That sucks. Wait, Provoke should be fine. Provoke should save us. I want that item. Wow, this is extremely bad luck, by the way, to get Monster House this early. Okay, we got new armor. Do I have enough for Drawing Slices? We kind of need Chris to do it. Oh, Chris leveled. Okay, we should have enough. Alright, so he's leveling the other characters a bit more. Look at Chris power leveling everybody. Okay, so they should be a bit safer now. And keep in mind, every time Charmander Knight gets hit, he's gonna get 5 TP back, and given that he has less than 40, that's kind of crazy. So we can't Drawing Slice anymore, because we did max it. That is the downside to using a max ninja. You actually don't want Drawing Slice to be that high level. So if we were to do this again, I would probably leave a ninja without max Drawing Slice, which feels dirty. It feels dirty and wrong, but we should probably do it. I basically will just have Chris eat all the TP, because I don't really care what the other characters do. And the fact that the Protector is just getting tougher and tougher is good, because he could basically just tank for the whole team. So we actually managed to clear that entire room. That went extremely well. So you might have also noticed something interesting. Chat, when we pick up items, we don't know what they do. Welcome to the true mystery dungeon. So the only way to know what the sigil does and what the scroll does is to use it. Kind of unfortunate. So yeah, chat, you gotta believe in the RNG. Ooh, this thing could definitely kill us. If it does the Dragon Claw. I hope it doesn't. Oh, it just did Call to Arms, that's fine. If that's all it does, I'm okay with this. Oh, we're just picking up some extra money. Unfortunately, there's a lot of traps here and our AI companions are dumb and refuse to walk in a straight line. So yeah, that was kind of an explosive start to the mystery dungeon. So we could see they have different names from each other, so we're able to identify like what does what. So from like a viewer standpoint, I forget if every time I use this, I identify it automatically or if I have to memorize these. When we get more items, we'll double check. Right now, I don't need any sigils. Yeah, see how this is like Hittite scroll or Calcite scroll? It does at least identify if they're different types. But I forget if it actually teaches you what they do. Oh, we got new armor. Let's go ahead and put this on Chris so he's tankier in case Chris takes a hit. And for our fighter, let's give him some ice resistance and hit points. This should be good. Because he's got a tank for the party. And by fighter, I meant the protector. Come on, insta-kill. Come on. Yeah, good enough. So generally, we don't want to mess around with these floors. Like, we wanna clear early rooms to get weapons. But overall, we don't want to stay too long. Because otherwise, we could end up in big trouble. As in, like, we run out of food. That guy really chucking from... That's obnoxious. That is really obnoxious. I'm glad Chris dodged that to get more TP. Thank you. Thank you for the insta-kill. Oh yeah, this room needs to go away. There we go. Chris has had enough. He's leveling up the other characters. He's leveling himself up. We're less likely to get one shot at the moment, which is good. Speaking of get off me, I've had enough of this room. So every time Chris dodges is fantastic for us. That just gives him more drawling slice. So right now he's all the team DPS. Like, Ohatsu's not bad. If we come across things Chris can't kill, it's good. But right now we need Chris. We put all of our cards into Chris's dodge and beheading to speed up this dungeon. Oh, Ohatsu misses her only weakness enemy, of course. So anyway, we have multiple choices here, which really sucks because we could end up in a dead end, which would be a big waste of time. I'm gonna not use Drawing Slice right now. I have a feeling we could kill without TP usage, and that would be the smart thing to do. Alright, now we can afford to use it. We're maxed. See, now the TP lowering traps make more sense, right, chat? When you when you leave 60 TP, you lose the 6 of your TP on a trap. That sucks. Oh, really? A shop this early? Welcome to the Red Lion shop. I want bread. I will take both of these. 750. What scroll is normally 750? I can't think of a scroll. The only one that's expensive is normally Horde, and that's 1,000. Well, we recognize Yggdrasil Leaf and Glutton Potion, but I don't need either of those. Yeah, Glutton Potion is much worse than having Large Loaf. Let's drop our other items to kind of compensate what we're picking up. Are you selling what you dropped? We get 9 back, and then we should spend 140? So now we have all the items we need to clear the dungeon. Honestly, food was the biggest concern. So the fact that we could full heal our food and get a little extra on top of that is really good. We might come back here if we find more items we can't use. Also, this is obnoxious. Did they really paralyze me? Are our allies not going towards us? Oh, now they are. Okay. It was like, they were separated for a moment, and I was like, please don't. I know I Hawk Striked into the room, but still. Ooh. Lightning damage to everybody on the team could suck, so we're just gonna eliminate them. We did not trigger the red tile back there. I might go back for it. We'll see. We picked up a paralysis pill. I guess the potions are always identified, which is kind of nice. In case we really need it. Okay, we got a Mist Cutter on deck, so I could conserve some TP. Chris is at max TP. The game is being very generous right now with Amber Tiles, so I'm feeling a lot better. Also, I just realized there was 2 items in the room. So, unfortunately, we keep getting Rapiers, and our team composition does not use Rapiers. This is where if we had a Lance Connect, for example, this would have been amazing, because they would have been able to use either of these. So we were getting weapon upgrades, but we can't do anything with them. Let's increase Chris's luck. Because again, he'll be on the front line the most, so he needs to be able to survive a hit if they do hit him. So we're getting kind of unlucky with items so far, given our team comp. Got poison, but refresh should kick in. His 20 damage from poison is actually insanely high at this low level, so I'm lucky we have a medic there. Or Chris probably would have died normally. Another Moonstone Sigil. It's probably like a delaying orb. Let's go ahead and see what it does. So we have 2 of these apparently. Oh, it's a skill bind. Interesting. Now let's verify. Ah, yeah, it doesn't teach you it. So you'd have to remember what these are. So, yeah, I guess pen and paper time, chat. Hope you remember what that does. I probably won't. I mean, in theory, I could take notes, but I kind of don't. I'm surprised we got Skill Bind as the common one. I thought we were gonna get, like, Delaying Sigil or some other trash. That's actually not a bad one to have. Well, we found the exit. We might as well just clear it. Okay, our healer is getting a lot of TP. Speaking of which, I'm gonna make sure Chris and Charmander get a little TP. There we go. Oh, already on floor 4. Not bad pace. I might have to actually turn Provoke off as he's burning all of his TP. We'll see. I'll make him step on these, that way he's not empty. Wow, we got another shop again? Huh. Welcome to the Red Lion shop. Oh. Oh, I should sell the Panic Floret. That's actually a good idea, game. Thanks for reminding me. We'll take the bread. 100 scroll. I think, is that a healing scroll? I think it's a healing scroll. Old Norse scroll. I don't remember which one's 80 offhand. You know what? Oh, we can rename it. Good enough. I'll know what that means. Oh, and it renames all of them for me. Nice. See, that's the downside, is if you use it and you forget what the carrion scroll is when we use it, we'd have to remember the next time we pick one up. Kind of unfortunate. This is going extremely well. Look how much money we just made. See, if she sold a katana at the shop, chat, we would have been done. That is the downside to playing the ninja. We need a really specific weapon. So, like, the Protector and the Lance Connect can use multiple weapons, so they're not as concerned, as can the Sovereign. So they can kind of pick up whatever hand-me-downs we need. I'm honestly thinking of just going to the next floor. Another Carrion Scroll. What is Carrion Scroll? Aid Scroll. I don't think we've ever seen this scroll before. I wonder if it's specific to this. Hey, Granite Knight, hope you're doing well. Oh, it identified it automatically. Wait, it identifies that one automatically, but not the sigil? That's weird. That's weird, chat. I don't know why that is. Oh well, we'll continue downwards for now. Boulder Trap is actually pretty deadly here. Happy music as we go murdering in the far side. There's an item over here. I want to take it. A scale mail. Unfortunately, only one party member can wear that. And it's weaker than what we have, so that's super unfortunate. Well, we'll take the money. Actually, I'll let the Protector actually get hit. Or not, never mind. Protector never getting his TP back, chat. Better. Again, we're really hoping for some better weapons. We're still using basics on literally everybody? Whatever, that can't kill us, so I don't really care that much. Worth the experience, though. And you can see, like, the support classes level so much faster than everybody else. Like, look at Nancy's level compared to the rest of the party, chat. That support class privilege. Make sure he gets more TP. Perfect. Enemy tried sneaking up on Chris. Nice try. Perish, mortal. This potentially could be a dead end. Let's check the map to see if we're wasting our time. No, it's still going down. I probably should use Drawing Slice at some point. Or Holy Gift. Both would be very useful for us. We already have Yggdrasil leaves. Oh, we're fine, chat. Like, this is... Despite not getting good weapons, we're fine. We could probably reach the bottom. We'll just believe in insta-kill. Oh, foolish enemy trying to hit Chris. So foolish, chat. Good, he got his CP back. Slow salve. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought we would be getting. Okay, Ohatsu doing some serious damage there. I got teleport trapped. No, our allies are being so stupid. Alright, we have to split. Did Chris at least find something interesting? Oh, Chris found a room he could just insta-kill. Yeah, this is where we use Mist Cutter, chat. Let's get that experience. Hope everybody is doing well today. Despite our AI companions doing whatever they want, we managed to get through. This is where we should always hold at least 1 meter, because we could force everybody to reach an exit. So we could technically regroup people for 1 blast gauge. So in case we get in that scenario again, we could do that. It just made more sense to get a free kill with Mist Cutter, though, comparatively. If we're already in a room and Chris is the character that's solo. We got a revive. Wow. Okay, this is looking really good. I mean, Chris doesn't technically need to find a weapon to do well. It just would be nice. Oh, that was just money. We don't care about money anymore. Money is meaningless to us, chat. we can't purchase armory scrolls and such, so there's no endgame purpose for money. At least at the moment. Goodbye, silly mushroom. So again, we can afford to explore a little bit more in hopes of getting rare items because of the fact that we have all that backup bread. Oh, it nerfed our weapon further. That sucks, because we don't have gilding. Oh well, we'll take that level up, though. That's worth it. Titanian scroll. I'm just gonna Drawing Slice the room. We have enough TP, we can hold like 3 or 4. I'm not feeling super concerned. You know what? We got some time to check out what our items do. Let's see what this does. All the monsters were agitated. Oh, it gave every enemy haste. Why, thank you, new scrolls. You're the best. And that's why we have Drawing Slice. Could you imagine, chat, if I wasn't the ninja, how dead that party would be? Okay, at least we got refreshed. I was like, are you really gonna make me wait in this hallway? Please heal me. Thank you. We got 3 blast gauge, but nothing else of interest. Yeah, let's leave. This floor kind of sucked. I'm gonna move more towards the center, because I feel like the center is least likely to dead-end us. Oh, you had found the ninja. I don't really care. Please stop using refresh. It's just headbind. Alright, Chris leveled. Makes up for the slightly weaker weapon. Yeah, let's go more towards the center, chat. Then we'll go straight down. Got multiplier, cute. Well, it's called Lunacy Scroll. Wait, what does the Hittite Scroll do? The Trauma Scroll. We have Malachite Sigil that I don't know what it does. We probably won't use it. Sigils, to me, I don't like the RNG of it. But just using it on an enemy to figure out what it does is not worth it most of the time. Like, I would literally throw that if I would die, and that's the only way I would win. So, pretty much never gonna happen. Okay, we're losing a little bit of hunger, but we can afford to explore before the dungeon gets harder. Just keep in mind, it does get more challenging as we get deeper. So, like, right now we're doing enough damage, but we won't soon enough. Man, are we really not gonna find more items? I can restore most of my FP here, which is good. Good, good, good. We'll Drawing Slice. I mean, we could try to make up for bad equipment with levels. We found all the exits, but nothing that would really significantly help us. As the enemy woke up. Yeah, Lightning Call does some decent damage. We have to be careful. Or Crystal Dodge it, that's fine. Yeah, that enemy will also ignore Provoke, so that's why Volt Wall is kind of useful to have. Man, a dead end, really? With no items? That sucks. There's only one other room I think we can investigate. We'll take a look. Just got the insta-kill. Kind of worth it. Dacian Scroll. What does that do? Store Scroll. Another scroll. I mean, I guess it is useful if we find like a light scroll and can identify it. Like, I think the scrolls are okay to use. Like, what does this one do? Yeah, we know Lunacy Scroll is useless. We should just sell that next time we get a chance. Yeah, Sleep Scroll is also really powerful. Like, that is actually room changing. And we don't need a target for it, unlike the potions and stuff. So it's easier to identify what those do. So I'm way more inclined to use those over our other item choices. We found the exit immediately. I probably want to hold off on that. We got an Amrita, so Chris could spam more Drawling Slice. We'll let our allies take care of that. We should be fine. Picked up another Lunacy Scroll. Glad we identified that, so we don't have to use it. Chris only took 1 damage. We're getting close on Mist Cutter territory. Hopefully we find a nice room to use it on. Charmander Knight's going a little crazy with the TP usage. Hopefully we can find more tiles for him. Oh, that's an annoying room. We're Drawling Slicing this. Yeah, no thank you, chat. Another potion. Perfect, actually. We're using Chris the most. Him holding a little extra food never hurts. It's not as good as like a bread, but we're in this scenario where we can overstock, then it's useful. So we've maxed out on our blast gauge, so we should consider using more items. Another revive, wow. This is exiting with completely maxed FP, basically. So we have, I think, 1 revive and 2 auto revives. So from a surviving the dungeon standpoint, we're looking really good. You could even have the medic throw Demon Breath for bonus damage. That item might actually be useful here, given that we haven't found any weapons. Out of here. Was something else in the room and it just didn't appear right away? Okay, that was the key. Oh! Yeah, we're gonna miscutter this room. Get most of our blast gauge back. There we go. Wow, these rooms really restocked when we went away. There we go. Oh, I walked them upwards by accident. I'm just trying to believe in the insta-kill. Ooh, I kind of need Charmander Knight to get hit here, so I'm not going to attack. Yeah, he needs to TP back. Oh. Oh, he leveled. Okay. Because he actually doesn't have enough to use Provoke. So... I might disable Provoke on him for a little bit. Just because we're so low level and I didn't decrease the power of Provoke. Potential dead end here. Let's see where this leads us. Come on, not a dead end. Ooh, I can't tell because I'm not at the stairs. When the AI refuses to walk over that red tile, that's what makes me sad. Oh, a summon trap? Sure, why not? Now I want to consider using Provoke. But I'll do it manually. I think moving here will get me hit the most. I missed him. How unfortunate. There we go. He's regaining TP. Thought ahead on that one, chat. Perfect. See, now I can let him use Provoke. I just don't want him to go below 11. So then he just can't use it at all, and that kind of blows. There we go. Give me my armor back. Get out of here. Silly room. We found a way to go back up, but that's not super useful. Chris is still slightly above max, normal max FP. And we got Mistcutter again. Yeah, this area would probably be ultra easy for Ninja. The only thing that would be concerning with Ninja is stepping on traps or getting poisoned. Both of those things would end the solo Ninja run. Other than that, it seems pretty straightforward. Are we really only getting heavy armors? Come on. Is this one even good? No, it's not. Alright, chat. The game is now officially trolling. Please give us something other than heavy armor and rapiers. Like, we have like 2 club users. I mean, they could use it, or a gun. Please. Don't make this take like 30 years to clear the final floor. I'm letting you know, if it comes down to it, I'm leaving our allies dead. I will brute force the bottom floor if needed. Like, no mercy, chat. I'm not going back for them. I'm just hoping Nancy survives the longest, because she has the revive. And then I could possibly use my TP as Ninja Chris to just go to the exit and not fight anything. That's the backup strat, chat. Just letting you know. Everybody else is expendable. So sorry, Ohatu, you haven't gotten a single weapon upgrade. If you die and we run out of revives, oh well. Chris is leveled again. Oh, did our allies just split? Really? Ugh. Man, chat, they were just... Like, they were all in the same room. There was no reason for that at all. No reason, chat. I didn't do any movement skills. No enemy was blocking them. They just decided not to follow me into the next room. Roll your eyes, chat. Ooh, I'm gonna take a lot of damage from that. And they're not gonna touch me, so I'm gonna lose food there. Yeah, paralysis is actually one of the more deadly ailments as well. Not because of, like, the fact you lose your turn, but the fact you lose food. As there's a lot of ways to recover health, but almost no way to recover food. Please be an actual weapon we can use. Whatever. We'll take an upgrade on anybody at this point. Let's see. Could be a decent upgrade for Nancy. Look at that. More defense. Sure. Less likely to get one shot randomly. I'll take that. Ooh, multi-floor down. I guess I'll go straight down. So as long as an enemy is being provoked, the medic will actually try to strike targets, so it's not a complete waste of time. Like, Nancy's going in right now. Yeah, look at Nancy go, chat. She did more damage than Chris did. What a god. Nancy 2 OP, please nerf. It's okay. Chris will always have beheading. You can just literally insta-kill people randomly. But if we do get a katana, it is kind of over. Emphasis on if. The only 2 ways we're gonna find equipment will be the blinking treasure chests, the wandering boxes, or the shop. So ideally, we'll find a shop at this point, because we've collected quite a bit of cash. Hopefully we could get an upgrade. See, now those panic florets make a little more sense when you're in a reset dungeon, but that's its literal only purpose otherwise. Oh, don't refresh us, we don't need it. Ooh, he's getting really low on TP. I better just use him manually. Ooh, multiple items? What is pixie dust? This part of that which you also read within the same zone has the same effect when thrown. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if you could use that to find treasure rooms. Like, it says anywhere. I'm curious if it would do that. Well, there's nothing in here, but our blast gauge is almost maxed. So I guess we should check out where the bottom door goes to. And also check out the last room here. Because we're getting close to the point where I believe the enemies will get tougher. Which will be very difficult with this current party. Given that we've gotten literally 1 weapon upgrade so far. Nancy is so TP full at the moment. Okay. So let's check this area where this enemy just came from. And then if nothing's there, we'll just take this exit. Come on. There's very little I could have done to prevent that. Thank you. No items in there. Whatever. We're going down to floor, chat. So far this is going, like, it's not terrible, but it's definitely still so far in our favor. So far, like, the Monster House would have been a very easy game over moment if we were solo, but because our team is broken, it doesn't matter. Like, that was probably the worst event to happen to us. We haven't been hit with, like, a super hard room other than that since then. Oh, we should make him grab TP. Perfect. So I'm at max blast gauge, so I need to be conscious of that and use an item soon. Speaking of conscious of it, let's make sure that he gets... Oh, what? Why is she soloing something? Hello? Why was she back here? Oh. Game, you're actually killing me. Literally and figuratively. What is going on? Chat, this is so frustrating. Why is she walking away from the party again? Stop it. I swear, chat. This is something they legit should have fixed before it shipped. That is so annoying. Like, I don't know what they were doing, but they just separated again. That time it was the gunner. Usually it's the medic that causes people to separate. I know, it's just like, to me, that's artificial difficulty. Like, they're just choosing not to group. I have not commanded them to do it. They've not stepped on a trap that separates them. They've not fought an enemy that explicitly separates us. And yet, here they are. Crazy, chat. Wow, that only did 8 damage to Chris. That's kind of sad. Given that Chris isn't even the tank. Alright, so this was a big old dead end. So this area was a big waste of time. Chris's hunger meter is starting to get low. I have to be very careful. Thank you, insta-kill with Chris. Your damage is high enough that it doesn't matter. Obsidian Scroll. I'm kind of curious what that does. So once this guy's dead, I'll go use it. Apply it to a weapon? We'll apply it to the super staff. Okay, I can't get nerfed anymore. That's good. I, in theory, could have... Oh. This is the perfect room to miss Cutter. Thank you, Chris. I didn't want to deal with this room. Time to power level the party. Armin Knight getting more TP. Awesome. Opportunities to get way more TP back there. Now, unfortunately, that means I have a Gilding Scroll used on a pretty useless weapon. But it is what it is. Again, like, as I said before, most of the items here are just not worth using again. We only have one choice to go downwards here. Before we go any further, can we get anything like more FP or a shop? We should definitely be on the lookout for that. Yeah, see that? We just got another scroll. And that's actually a useful scroll. We're up a bit of FP. And we found the shop! Welcome to the Red Lion shop. Oh, most importantly, chat, we get a key. We need to make sure we end this dungeon with a key, because this is where we get guaranteed treasure at the end. This is where the items could actually be good. We're gonna drop our other armor that we're not using. We could get 2 keys. Well, I only really need 1 for this dungeon. Given that we have limited money. Think about it. Oh yeah, we could get rid of the Lunacy Scroll. We'll need that. Let's see what we could purchase. We got 1,000. I think the key is no, it's 4,000 for it. Ooh, we can't purchase it. That's a tease. We get a Yggdrasil Leaf. Don't really need it. 1,000 costing scroll. That has to be the Horde Scroll. Hmm. I don't really need the pixie dust. See how much money we get from this. That is such a shame. We're not even close to being able to purchase that. Even if I got rid of everything here, I don't think we would reach it in time. I mean, I guess I can drop these items for now just to get more money for later. In case we don't find another shop. That kind of sucks. But at least we'll thin out our numbers a little more. I doubt we'll get a ton of money from this, yeah. Better than nothing, though, I suppose. So we got a shop, but unfortunately didn't get a weapon. Almost have enough for another mist cutter, which is good. I forget what that does. Here's ailments and binds. Okay. Don't really need that. Old Norse scroll. What is that? Well, it's a light scroll, so we could see every item. Oh, that saved us some time. Alright. Well, we'll go back this way and kill the enemies that are here. Sure, why not, chat? Now I know this other area is safe, so we can just come back this way. I think you can see the monster houses on the map. There'll just be like 8 or so enemies on the map, even if only 2 are visible in the overworld. I think you can see monster houses that way with Light Scroll. Light Scroll is really powerful. It's very good for a dungeon you don't want to actually stick around in, or if you're looking for treasure rooms, because those are pretty hard to find normally. Like, they do spawn, just not very frequently. To sleep. That sucks. We're still doing okay-ish on FP. We're about halfway through the dungeon, but we have multiple... means of recovering our health. Oh, they're actually trying to find me this time. Thank you, game. I'm not going through this horribleness of, like, making all of them go different directions. I wish that's what happened. I wish if I got separated, the party never split up, but they went as a group. Like, if they went as a consolidated mass in one direction, I also would have been okay with that. But the fact that they could just literally, like, the medic will just go on solo adventures, to me is just, like, bonkers. It just makes no sense. Like, in no normal scenario should that ever happen. Another item room, but not the kind of items I want. Unless it's a light scroll, then it was worth coming here. A new scroll type, we don't know what it does. Well, let's go ahead and use it. Forgot to sort first. Try this again. Wait, I thought we identified the recover scroll already. Enemy spawns the moment we go to leave the room. But don't worry, Medic is one of the strongest characters in our party right now, so we're fine. Yeah, Gunner does decent damage at the moment just because of the fact that they have Gunner Mastery basically maxed. Yeah, fortunately these enemies are not the same hit point total or stats as their overworld comparisons, so we should be fine. Yeah, like they ambushed our most well-armed character. Oh, Bravana is worth it. Okay. That's an item I would like out of this dungeon. What is this room? Hello? Monster house? You sense a surge in energy, the monster power is increased? Well, I got bad news for them. Nancy just became stronger, of course. Oh, I didn't want him to hit the scroll. That sucks. Sure, party heal, because that'll wake me up. Thank you, Nancy. That was useful. Now, if I had something to deal with traps, I would use it here. Like, what does this do? Does this clear traps? Recall Skull, fail to draw the monsters. Ooh. I'm glad that didn't go off. Well, you know what? We'll use another Glutton Potion on Chris. Because that gives 20 FP and increases our cap by the same amount, as a reminder. Quick Salve so we could get a haste. Skill Bind kind of sucks. Another Bravant. Okay. Ow. Oh, come on. Stop that. Well, that was certainly an introduction to the harder floors. So this is good. So far, we've not needed to backtrack at all, which is really surprising to me, honestly, as I had to do that a ton of times. Also, I realized I just messed up here. Where would Hawk Strike take me? You know what? Let's just quick salve. I don't feel like guessing where this enemy's gonna go. Because I wasn't sure when he was gonna use Provoke. Oh, new armor. Sure, more strength for Chris. Why not? Our weapon got debuffed, but now Chris is tankier to deal with this area. Oh, we are doing no damage. This is just kind of sad. Alright, can you please step further into the room so our gunner can do something? Chris going on the killing spree. I'm gonna move our medic forward. That way the gunner can actually do damage. Yeah, see, now, chat, we're in trouble. Because we hit the harder floors and got no weapon upgrades outside of Nancy. So we have to rely off the insta-kill chance here. We got it eventually, but it's gonna be brutal. The final few floors might... Oh, come on. What with... Come on. Oh, stuff like that makes me so mad, chat. I also don't like that enemies can spawn in rooms where our leader is not. I wish that applied to when all of our allies were in a room. Monsters could not spawn. I feel like that was a... I'm not going to say oversight, but it is very annoying because it led to that scenario where allies were left behind. And there's no way we would know that they're being attacked unless a sound effect occurs. Because if we're moving at hyperspeed, we can't react to the fact that they're not following us. Like, we're gonna move at least twice, if not 3 times. So I feel like there's a lot of little things they could have done to make it a lot more fair, but still difficult. Like, that doesn't really make the game less challenging. It just stops, like, the cheap deaths from happening. Where, like, your medic could be isolated and your medic will solo it for no reason. It would stop that kind of nonsense from happening. Wow, we are doing almost no damage. This is kind of sad. Now I'm slightly more inclined to consider using a sigil. You know what? We got time. How many sigils do I have? Sure, we'll throw the Malachite. Disarm. Not really useful to us. Okay. Because having elemental sigils could help us, because we just literally got through that entire 15 floors without a single upgrade. Okay. Like, that one's arguably okay. This one will be renamed Lightning. Also, how do I uppercase, lowercase as a button? Or is that not a button? Guess it's not a button. Whatever. We've experimented enough on him to get an idea. Stop that. Right, chat? Like, no, come on. Alright, at least Chris has got some strength increase. So, it's dire, but not too bad. I just can't believe we haven't come across more than one Wondering Box. Well, we came across a couple of weapons, but they were all for the wrong class. But only one Wondering Box weapon has helped us so far. And again, this is like where Chris shines. He has insta-kill. So he will keep us through horrible rooms like that. We're now moving on to floor 16. Music has reset. Don't have enough for another Mist Cutter. But I think otherwise we're still doing fine. We found the next exit, which is kind of tempting to take. But we're gonna come back to this room. Let's loop around, hopefully. I would like to potentially get more items. Syrian Scroll, what does that do? Oh, another revive item, nice. Howling Scroll, oh. There's a scroll that makes monster houses. That's good to know. Well, fortunately we have Provoke, so we should be fine. Or else, probably Ohatsu and Nancy would have died, if I had to guess. I'll do one more Drawing Slice. Should weaken the room. And it looks like it did. One less enemy to deal with. Ohatsu getting slightly tougher. I do have to be careful, because Headbind I think means I can't provoke. But I do have to pay attention a little bit. Fortunately, Chris weakened up both the Mandrakes, and they are now both dead. As is the damage dealer. Okay, we picked up eye drops. Not a bad item find. Picking up that leather vest. Another kind of scroll. Interesting. Wow, our armor is so garbage. Let's see what the new scroll does. Why not? Nullify scroll. That's not useful. Another lunacy scroll. So good to know that scrolls actually do have a trolley downside. So if we're low in health and we're hoping for like a useful scroll, that could suck. It did spawn items into that room, but unfortunately none of them were weapons. As that also would have been amazing if we could on-demand weapon summon. But that would have been too useful, chat. Right now we're getting a little extra experience, which doesn't hurt. We kind of need all the help we could get. I just went into the room because I realized our allies are not going to let us leave it. If you're wondering why I stepped in for solo enemy, I'm like, yeah, they're going to be dumb. At least just team heal or something. Exactly. Thank you, Nancy. See, like, the medic AI is actually not bad. Like, they will generally do what I would have done in that scenario. A key potion? Does that make you hungry or something? Sound that lowers maximum FP has the same effect when thrown. Ew. I would never use that willingly. I'm assuming that's like the tree rat could throw it at us. To give the tree rat more of a nuisance factor. Well, I'm gonna enjoy all the FP that I'm regenning here. And hopefully we get a new item somewhere. We have a Mist Cutter on deck. It's not bad. Nancy leveled, nice. Yeah, keep in mind, chat, we are not allowed to back at all unless we find a thread item, which we haven't seen so far. But I think the way it works is it's one thread per character, so we don't want to do that unless everybody else has died. Oh, this is just a dead end with a lot of enemies. That's kind of annoying. Sure. We'll get 4 TP back while hitting the whole room. And last Scrawling Slice for the room, I think. That should kill most of those enemies. Nice. We'll just strike this guy normally. Do a little TP back in return. Please dodge. Oh, I got the minus. That sucks. Or Chris's weapon. It's gonna be like 0 strength by the end of this. End of the line, indeed. There's a little walkway we can explore with this character, but that's about it. There are so many lightning hairs. So, Charmander Knight should get a decent amount of TP back. Oh, the constant misses are painful. We don't have to worry about his TP at all. Chris leveled again, so Chris is slightly stronger. Nice. Charmander Knight is basically full TP. So we didn't really gain much on this floor, fortunately. I mean, we got a couple levels, which helps a tiny bit, but no new weapons or anything still. I mean, on the plus side, we're back up to 4 blast gauge. I guess it's not all terrible. Chris's TP is kind of low, I suppose. But we should pick up that red tile. And we're out of here. Up on that, because it's not likely we'll come back to the room that direction. That room only had money in it, that sucked. Lots of sloths, which are kind of an annoying enemy type. We're just gonna hope for the insta-kill. Chris got the insta-kill, nice. So I think we're about 13 floors from completion. Hey Kirk, hope you're doing well. Not too bad. Picked up another trauma scroll. Chris dodges immediately. Thank you, Chris. Punish the enemy with Rolling Slice full screen. Teach the rabbit what it means to have too much hubris. Doing well other than your legs bothering you? What happened to your leg, Kirk? What'd you do to it? I'm doing okay, Kirk. We're trying to push our way through a reset dungeon. And it's going okay. We got kind of unlucky with items, but our team comp is pretty solid. Team comp picked by Chris, so good job, Chris. We'll give all credit to Chris. I'll use another Glutton Potion. We have one exit there. Is that the only exit to this area? No, there's not. There's 2. Sciatica, I guess it took something the wrong way again. Well, hopefully you feel better after some rest. Also, I want to make sure we take this item before it explodes. So the other exit has to be in the southwest. Or I guess it could be south of us directly. Family was stressing you out earlier? That's a shame, Chris. I would just like to say, chat, that Nancy is just so OP. She has been keeping this party alive, and she has wasted, like, 0 TP. She's still at full. Like, Ohatsu doesn't have any TP usage, because I think I literally disabled everything that wasn't Medic Bullet, which is fine. I don't need her to use TP. But maybe we'll consider it on some of the harder enemies. Her double hit does help on these things. We're now at max for Mist Cutter, so if we found a monster house, this would be ideal. I saw an item and I got really excited. And I felt immense disappointment, chat, in that order. We'll kill these enemies. I don't know if I really want to go to the bottom room. I'll ignore that last room. So now we're on floor 18. Wow, they hit Chris for 1 damage. The shame is a turn. I'm sorry, why did that do 100? She did 192 damage with the base weapon? What a monster, chat. What an absolute monster. I guess we can't doubt the power of, Ohatsu. Or I guess one Hitsu would also work. Like, seriously, she's still using the beginner weapon and she one-shot that enemy on the empowered enemy floor. Like, okay. Just deleting that poor forest rat. At least some of these enemies are fairly easy to kill. Oh, that's a lot of enemies. Well, kind of miscutter. Hopefully we'll get an okay amount of experience from this. Levels are kind of important, I guess, because our equipment has not leveled. So we did not level from that, unfortunately. How close are we to leveling, though? For future reference. 300 or less? Okay, we could get a level out of this room. I'm trying to kill all the enemies before the bulb takes them out. Oh, that's unfortunate. Please stop using throw. Goodbye, that wall. Oh, he actually decided to move towards us. How interesting. He had the tactical advantage. I mean, technically, if only one of us went forward at a time, we could never reach him. On insta-kill. Come on. Believe in it. This thing has ludicrous amounts of health. Thank you, insta-kill. Oh, dead end. That sucks. We almost have another Mistcutter stored up. Another Yggdrasil leaf. Interesting. I don't really need that at the moment, but we'll take it. Ooh, a blinking item? Please be a new weapon. Please be a new weapon. Oh. God, this is so painful. Just want a new item. And I guess I could give her that item. I don't want her dying to lightning randomly. That could be useful. I mean, Chris doesn't need it, because he's got more health than every other character, other than Charmander Knight. And he already has extremely high defense, so I'm not concerned about him. Ooh, Skillbound and Poison. What a nasty combo. Nancy putting in the work right now. Auto heals just popping off. Oh, Headbound. That's okay, Chris leveled. So this room was now officially worth it, because I leveled. Umbrian Scroll. What is that? So we identified most of these. So this is a brand new scroll. What does this do? It's a confused scroll. Got it. Also, the fact that I'm max TP with Chris is kind of silly. I should probably burn a little bit of TP here. This still could be a dead end, but so far we haven't been dead-ended. That would be the worst thing to happen. If we get dead-ended, I'll feel eternally sad, chat. Because I do not remember the floor layout to get back. Ooh. How is this not a monster house? Chris got the insta-kill, which might fill the gauge, I'm not sure. Or we'll be 1 kill shy. Oh, we'll be a couple kills. That's a shame. Okay, I'm gonna use Drawing Slice to deal with this room a little better. 1 enemy downed. That guy's gonna explode, but that's okay. And we have enough for a Mistcutter in case we do come into a hard room. Not too bad. Interesting that she... Oh, because she attacked towards the enemy, she still reveals in front of her. Okay. Kind of a neat touch with the gunner, I guess. Want that money. Unfortunately, we couldn't afford a key. Also, this room sucks. 4 enemies and new items. I'll move in so our allies can help out a little. But these guys aren't too tough, at least. Leveled up a Hatsu. So many traps. Why did you walk sideways? Why did you do that? Dead AI chat. Got a little TP. Another new scroll. I don't think we've come across healing scroll yet. Wonder if this will be it. It's a safety scroll. Oh, no more traps? Okay. We'll take that too. The Chris is starting to get hungry again. So fortunately we got the triple glutton potion. Otherwise Chris would have been at 17 food, I think. And we have the Lydian scroll. Sure, why not? Let's see what it does. Oh, it's a whirl scroll. A shop. This could be amazing if there's a key here, and if there's not, I'm gonna be very sad. Oh. When we finally have the money, chat, no key. That sucks. We'll take the glutton potion. We'll take regular bread as well. Oh man, this floor, this shop sucks. I don't need this much food. We still have 3 loaves of bread and a large loaf. Like, we're fine. I'll drop these other items. I don't think we need them. What a very disappointing shop, chat. I suppose I could pick up another bread just to eat it. Sure, why not? Well, let's use the large loaf, actually. Any other large loaves for sale? There is. Why not? We'll buy 2 more bread, just because, chat. In case it somehow makes us backtrack, we should be fine. Now Chris is at the highest FP meter we've seen all game. At 180. Silly enemy. Chris is insta-kill. I don't care what his weapon is. So I guess what we learned for next time... It won't... Technically, we don't need the Protector. The Protector is just very useful to not die, but technically, if the Protector was the Lance Connect, it might be more useful. Because he could have used the Rapiers we found. And that would be more item coverage. Also, I just realized something. I'm so dumb. Why did I give the one to our medic? I should have just given it to our Protector. Chat, I'm not awake. One moment. Duh. I just talked about this. How did I forget about that? I'm like sitting here and I'm like, wait a minute. I was just talking about coverage before I picked up that item and I put it on the... I'm just so autopiloting the maces. But yeah, we should definitely give it to the other character. Oh, there's no item in there. That's a shame. But anyway, now our Protector will do some significant damage. Which is good, because he's more likely to attack than the medic. Floor 20, so we're at least 2/3 of the way through the dungeon. Now, that's some serious damage. Given that it's not even weak to bludgeon, I'm pretty sure. Weak to pierce, I think. If we found another gun, that would be extremely useful, but I kind of doubt it. Let Charmander Knight pick up this. Perfect. Ooh, a blinking item. Please be a weapon that Chris can use. Painful, chat. This is painful. Well, since she just lost her armor... Oh, and this is tech up. Yeah, that makes more sense. I guess we'll pick up these scrolls. Trauma scroll. Another Lycian scroll. Didn't we use this? I'm confused. I thought we used this before. Wasn't this the Whirl scroll? Oh, maybe I'm thinking Lydian. Never mind. Maybe we haven't used the Lycian. Well, I might as well see what it does in an open room. Hopefully we get another Howling Scroll. That scroll was actually kind of fun. I wish that dropped in the normal gameplay. Oh, so this is probably something that enhances a weapon. We don't want to use that then. I want to keep that till the end of the dungeon. I'm assuming it doesn't just, like, curse an item. I'm assuming the game is not that trolly. Or it could be a decurse. It could also be that. It doesn't have to be the weapon enhancement. Technically. And we're sitting on a marvelous near full blast gauge. And we keep getting more sigils. I don't know what they do. We'll probably never figure out what they do. And if the chat is wondering, it does randomize which words it assigns the sigil. Oh no! Oh, worst case scenario. Oh, what? No! 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 This is the worst case scenario! Oh, we're in so much trouble. Okay, so chat, if chat doesn't know what just happened here, if this enemy explodes, it will anger the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper will kill us. And I cannot get the AI to not move forward. How do I avoid this scenario? I really don't want to lose to the shop. This is such a dumb way to lose a run. Okay, we have blast gauge. We're out of here. No, we need to get out of here. We're not messing with full retreat. Or I could command all, technically. Or we're gonna full retreat. No, we're out. No, we're out. Yeah, that was literally worst case scenario. An exploder next to her. Because, like, yeah, I don't want to take the stairs. Because not only could it have destroyed all the items and angered her that way, but it could have hit her and also angered her, and then we would have been hunted down for the whole floor. And given that it's already difficult, I'd rather not do that. Yeah, this is why it's important to always keep a spare blast gauge, chat. I could have technically commanded all and stayed there, but I feel like that would have been risking it too much. I really didn't want to mess around with it and find out. Anyway, we're back up to 4 blast gauge. Please tell me that... Oh, come on. Really? There's another enemy here? I might have to command all if there's another one. Please just let me use the shop. Welcome to the Red Lion shop. Were there any keys or any interesting items, though? No keys or interesting items. Oh, man, chat. Game is just rubbing it in at this point. Sure, we'll take regular bread just so I can place another item down. Why not? Recall scroll. Given how split we've been a couple times, I think we should actually do that. Don't really need a nullify scroll. Another recall scroll? Sure, why not? Don't really need this. Yggdrasil leaf? Yeah, I could use that outside this dungeon. We'll purchase it. So far, we've been getting a ton of items. Gonna help us out. Have another nullify. Talk to her. So we get 300 back, but we lose how many hundreds? 840? That's not too bad. We can make it up. Also, we could still afford to drop a couple items, so I think I'll drop a trauma scroll and just sell it to her, and we'll leave this horrible, horrible floor. So, we don't have enough for another key in case she does show up at the next floor. It is what it is, chat. Wow, this is terrible luck. Is insta-kill really not gonna trigger? My mind is blown. Anyway, chat, we're gonna ignore that floor. We're now on floor 21. So, unfortunately, chat, we're gonna clear this entire dungeon. Oh, we can summon a monster house. We're gonna clear this dungeon without a key, which is like the whole point of doing this dungeon, which really sucks. Whatever, we'll Howling Scroll. Had no effect. Oh, come on. Whatever. 0 out of 10, chat. How dare they not give us that? I wanted that monster house. It's like the game knew, chat. Small bomb, thank you. Please party heal, and you did. Thank you. So the game gave us one chance for a key, but we're not going back to the other floor. I forget if she stays there or not, if you go between floors. That's something I honestly just don't remember. So it's possible we could have gone back to the other floor now that we had money, but not really worth our time. We could continue further. Oh, there's yet another shop. Welcome to the Red Lion shop. Is it really gonna give me a key when I don't have enough money again? Oh my gosh, chat. This game is actually trolling us right now on so many levels. I'm so mad. Of all the floors to get another chance at a key, it had to literally be right after the other one. Well, we're gonna try to drop our most expensive items, so hopefully we could get it. I don't technically need Amrita. Let's get rid of these. Yitters at least should sell for a decent amount. I'll drop one Bravant. And we'll exchange this with, let's say, a Trauma Scroll. How much cash are we getting out of this is the real question. Because I can afford to get rid of some of these sigils if we're close. Oh, we barely made it. Okay, we got it. Ooh. So unfortunately, I spent money on the Yggdrasil leaf, and we had to sell one of the or two of the Yggdrasil leaves. But we're still gonna keep a Bravant, which is not bad. Okay, Chad. Now we finally get a reward for beating this dungeon. It better be good, chat. That's all I have to say. It better be 10 out of 10. Best treasure hoard we've ever seen. Because that was a lot of money, and we gave up some very interesting items, like our revives. We have one full revive, one auto revive, so now the dungeon's a bit riskier. But we only have potentially 8 more floors to go. And we might be okay. If the dungeon doesn't empower itself again, I think we do win. If it does empower itself again, we're in big trouble. And this is really, I honestly don't remember. A little more TP. Hopefully it doesn't explode, but it probably will. It did. Goodbye, item. Oh, she medic bullet us. Nice. Ohatsu finally used the skill for the first time in the dungeon, chat. Oh, hello. This room is interesting. And by interesting, I mean mist cutter fodder. Get a little extra TP there. Chris is slightly injured. I think a large explosion trap will kill him. Oh my gosh, just let me leave this room. Okay, there we go. It's like, we just kept stepping on traps like every time. Stop it. Okay, so far we saw the exit. But no items of interest still. Ooh, blinking item? Please be an actual upgrade for Chris. I would be so happy. Oh, no upgrade for Chris. Well, at least Chris insta-killed that other enemy. I mean, I guess I can make Ohatsu tankier. I don't think she really needs it, but sure. I mean, honestly, we could unequip her to make it go true Nancy. Her weapon is meaningless to her job. Lots of insta kills from Chris, definitely useful. Gunner getting the double hit there, also really good. So you can see certain characters get experience faster, and you can see Nancy still pretty far ahead of everybody else. Chris so far has fallen behind. He'll get there eventually. I was gonna say, is Ninja gonna turn out to be one of the slowest levelers, but it doesn't matter because Solo Ninja gets so much experience that they are the fastest leveler anyway. I wonder if that's gonna happen, chat. Also, we need to make sure they enter this room. I don't know what they were doing. So far, I'm feeling better. We got a key. This won't be a big waste of time. We got another Drizzle Leaf, which is better than 0, I suppose. We're not going to get much money out of the Mysterious Forest. We're not going to get any materials from the Mysterious Forest either. The game will basically let me sell my items in the shop before I have to pick up my gear. So we don't have to worry about losing anything in particular. I think that's why they were explicitly saying, like, come back to me when you're ready, because they realized the player could have, like, 60 bag items, but no bank space to put it in. So I think they thought about that, at least. Or at least I'm assuming they did, and they aren't horrible monsters that make us choose our items. Ooh, did not get the kill on him. That's a shame. Charmander looking kind of low on TP. Well, hopefully we'll find more red tiles. I'm gonna walk backwards slightly so they catch up to us. This is not the exit, but potentially another scroll. Which, we do want to collect scrolls. I mean, light scrolls are always useful. I want them for the final dungeon. Because as I said before, there is a certain dungeon I want to skip basically all the final floors, and that is the final dungeon of the game, chat. We will try to skip as many floors as possible. Because honestly, the ascent there is so much harder than the boss from what I remembered. As long as we take a fairly serious boss team, we should be fine with that boss. If I remember correctly, it's just like a harder version of Museful. It has like very similar attacks. It's not Museful, it is actually a new monster, but it's basically Museful, which we've already beaten twice now at this point. So again, as long as we bring in a pretty serious team with decent upgrades, we should be okay. I think it will try to heal itself, but we could stop it from healing itself with binds. That's where something like Spectral Cage could come in handy, just to shut down a lot of the boss's early moves. We found the exit. I think it is worth actually just taking it at this point. Not messing around. Like, we're really close to clearing this dungeon, surprisingly. I think tomorrow will be our attempt at the next branch. For now, we'll take a peek at branch 12. Because at least that dungeon we can exit anytime. The branch 11 branch, as a reminder, we have to beat in one go, and I believe it is 60 floors. So you can see, like, we're 23 floors in, and we're through a significant amount of the session time. So that dungeon is going to take forever to beat, chat. Unless we cheat it, as I said before. I will try the dungeon once, legit. I will try it once. If we fail, I'm 100% cheating, chat. That'll be the only stipulation. I'll try it legit once on screen. But guaranteed, no matter what, at the end of the play session, we're gonna show off how broken Sovereign really is. So far, we've not abused any major exploits or bugs. But we'll show it soon. One way or another, chat. I think what I might do for the 60 floor dungeon is I might turn off animations. Like, I like watching the animations in general, just because I need to know what the enemy's doing. But honestly, on the floor 60, I might just turn it all off. We need to save as much time as possible. Because I do like knowing if I'm being headbound, for example, or poisoned. That way I don't just try to walk fast out of the way. I do think that turning off the AI commands to interrupt has been really good so far, because they haven't been annoyingly asking me if they like to use healthy lunch over and over until I want to scream. Also, Chris has so much TP. Why am I hoarding it? There we go. Easy kill for Chris. We found the exit, so I probably should just go straight there, but I'm kind of curious what's above us. We're here. I kind of want to check it. There's an item back here. Medica 2. Not really worth it, but we'll go further. We're now on floor 25. Potentially 5 or 6 floors from the final floor, chat. The Amber's turning again. Best to tread with caution around monsters. Okay, there was one more floor that's empowered. So unfortunately, we're still using our basic weapons. Which is kind of scary. Also, Charmander's TP is kind of scary. I hope he gets more soon. Nancy rose to 16. Make sure Charmander Knight gets more than 16. I feel way less concerned about him. Let's pick up all this. He should be good now. He picked me up on the diagonal? What a jerk. What a cheater, chat. That's it. I'm drawing slicing them, chat. Yeah, whatever else was in the room died. We got a little extra cash, but at this point, it's really doubtful we'll find anything interesting. Katachi's now at -3. How much does Chris's Katachi even give? Oh, sorry, it's at -4 now. My bad, chat. It gives only 6 attack. That's so sad. Oh, Chris, they deprived you of true power. The only way to make the ninja fair. Also, we've gotten a lot of skill finds for some reason in this dungeon. A new scroll. Okay, I'm interested enough to try it. Ooh, so one of these is probably anti-curse and the other one has to be weapon improvement. But we'll keep both. Okay, no matter what, we get a weapon enhancement at the end of this. So, I'm not gonna say the dungeon is worth it so far, but it's better than a normal run because we don't always get like a gilding scroll or a weapon enhancement. We did not get a lot of plus enhancement weapons though, so overall we still got less than a normal dungeon. Man, there's just nothing to take. Well, we might as well push forward. We've managed to not hit a single dead end so far, which to me is amazing. Thank you. Thank you, game, for not making me deal with that. Because just think, chat, this so far is like the only real right way. Like, I just guessed this entire path, by the way. And there are definitely dead ends. Like, where does this up one go? Like, where, like, you would have to come from, like, 413. So there's a lot of room for it to be over here in a dead end. Okay, Charmander Knight's looking pretty good with TP, at least. These are as tough as the enemies are gonna get. And honestly, I thought their defense would scale higher. So this isn't too bad. It's not too bad. We could still manage with our base weapons. I guess that's nice of them, chat. The enemies just we aren't just doing 1 damage to them with base weapons, or excuse me, base weapon -4 in Chris's case. I mean, apparently the ninja's power can't be contained, even with super nerfs. Basically the equivalency of him putting 1 hand behind his back. He still kills every room. Like, look at this. Silly, chat. Please use refresh on Chris. Please. Thank you. Thank you, AI, for doing what I wanted you to do. Commander Knight getting very dangerously low on TP again. That does help, though. That's much better. Yeah, you can see... Oh, and A gilding scroll. Okay. That's slightly more worth it now, chat. I feel a little better about the dungeon. Hello, Yentos. Hope you're doing well. We're having a jaunty little adventure through a reset dungeon, in which we've almost completed, surprisingly. Despite the game's best attempts at it, it's not getting a single weapon upgrade. Our Protector has our only weapon upgrade. That's so sad, chat. When the Protector is the most offensively oriented character of this team, so many tears. Alright, we're doing not bad with TP. Oh, you did not need to provoke for a single enemy. Come on, game. You didn't need to do that. The 27 chat, potentially 3 floors from the clear. Another Amrita, don't really care about that. Oh, hello. I was just looking to get the red tile, but if you want to fight me, I guess we'll kill you. So far we didn't actually end up needing to use too many of the breads. I mean, we used a large loaf, and we used like 4 found glutton potions. Not too bad. Oh, hello. Just gonna have the 1v1. Nancy doesn't want to enter the room. You're wondering why nobody else is moving. She's like, I'm not going in a melee range. I'm like, thank you, AI, for not trying to do a melee range medic. That stuff drives me wild. I got a little bit of TP back, but next time he uses it, I'll probably disable provoke. Or he'll level. Never mind, I don't care then. I'll walk slightly further into the room. Oh, never mind. Did he really miss after all that? That sucked. Ohatsu leveled, sure. Nancy is still at a fantastic 219 TP. We have not needed her auto-revive ability once. We've used auto-heal quite a bit. Also, this AI using provoke when there's only one enemy is really killing me right now. They're going a little overzealous in a multiplayer group. I'm gonna tell him to knock it off for now. Because he only has 2 provokes left. Unless I could scrounge up a lot of TP here. Kind of. What was that over here? Okay, okay, that's better. Much better. Maybe I'll turn provoke back on then, if he's gonna have that much of an advantage. It was worth seeing what was over here. It looks like there's an item we potentially could attain. Put our ally into harm's way. Oops. So we'll just take that exit. So we're at full blast gauge. Basically full TP with most characters. I think I could turn provoke back on. Yeah, as you can see at low levels, the Protector has like no TP to spare. Bit unfortunate. Ugh, a whirl scroll. I might as well just kill it because that's free experience. Oh, we're so close, chat. I'm so excited to be done with the reset dungeon. Oh, it nerfed our gunner's damage. That is most unfortunate. We found the staircase up, but that's not what we're looking for. They got a little TP back for that, so enemies have to hit him twice in order for it to basically be a free provoke. And now he gained TP out of the provoke. Okay, that was worth it. This room was definitely worth it with the provoke. Extremely worth it now. So he spent 11 to get 25, I think, just there. Pretty good. Are we finally gonna see a Chris upgrade weapon? Is this the fabled katana we've been waiting for all game? Oh no, I'm in a paralysis loop. Stop! Stop! Okay. I was like, we were gonna be there forever. If that enemy could just keep doing that, by the way, there's nothing I could do about that. We were almost in the infinite, chat. That would have been terrible. What a way to lose TP. Small upgrades for our characters, but still nothing amazing. Yeah, our medic was just like always refreshing and the spider was faster than us, so we never got a turn as Chris. It's just infinite paralysis. No moves forever, chat. Just getting that extra TP just because. Oh, Monster House? Whereas we like to call this for the enemy, Big Mistako. Goodbye. Goodbye, chat. This is what I've been waiting for all floor. Nice try. This only makes me stronger. Wow, 1,000 experience. Leveled Chris. Another Howling Scroll attained. Nice. Medic Bullet to unbind the medic. Nice. Provoke can now be used. More enemies got summoned? That's kind of crazy. Can I get those items before they get destroyed? Probably not. Try, though. Wow, what an encounter, chat. Oh! Pretty nice. Wait, does Medic Bullet hit the whole room now? Huh. That's kind of unfair. I was gonna say, I didn't disable the provoke on the protector. I'm just not sure why he didn't use it until just now. I'm just gonna go ahead and collect some scrolls. Our team should be fine. I don't have to assist them anymore. They'll be fine, chat. We don't have to babysit them. Picked up another sleep scroll. Okay. One thing I never really understood is why do the scrolls not...
Oh, look at the pretty butterfly.
Look at the pretty butterfly, indeed. Why do our scrolls in our inventory not stack if they're the same type that they stack when they're in the bank? That's something I never understood. It's like playing PSO, and like you get 10 monomates, but then they take up literally 10 item slots in our inventory. But only in our inventory. Like, I understand why the sigils are separate, because each one has a different use count, and they need to keep track of it. Also, this is really horrible. There we go. Got another quick solve and a Bravant. Okay, that's better. Also, there are so many traps in this room. Please party heal. Thank you. We could die from a large explosion still. Alright, let's leave this room. Let's attempt to leave this room. There we go. So the exit has to be here. Assuming we didn't hit a dead end. Good. Nullify scroll, don't care about that. But yeah, chat, one of the final floors. This hunger meter is building up. He went from 100 max to 180. Now he's at 68 out of 180. Oh, ooh, a dark dungeon. Oh, my favorite. I like being hit by things I can't see. Like, that's what I want more of in video games, chat. I love Fog of War. Let's go this way. Oh, we got a light scroll. Well, I'm gonna keep that for another dungeon, as I'm pretty sure we're gonna beat this one without needing it. Pixie dust, sure, why not? Oh, I guess I could have held the Howling Scroll for once we leave the dungeon, because I think we have one in our inventory from one of the previous monster houses. Because maybe we could force a monster house to spawn in the final area, which would be kind of fun. It would be a massacre. So yeah, so even though these enemies powered up, I feel like these enemies powering up was nowhere near as ridiculous as when we go to a story mode power up. Your thoughts, chat? Like, we're only taking like 20s and 30 damage, but then like remember those really horrible, like the torrential ravine where they powered up and suddenly they did like 140 plus? Remember that, chat? I'm glad. Oh. Item? Of course. Of course. Well, I guess there's our +5 weapon. I guess we'll go feed it to one of our other weapons later. I'm seriously wondering what the odds are of getting a katana, and if we're just super unlucky. We gotten a few maces and a rapier, but we can't use the rapier. How unfortunate. You know what? I'll just Drawing Slice. No matter what, it'll probably kill somebody here. Good assumption. So we just need to find the exit at this point. Got another Demon Breath. They're not as tanky as I thought they would be. See, I was worried when we came to this floor, we would only be doing like literally 5 or literally 6 damage. But that's not the case, so we can actually clear it. I'm gonna Drawing Slice this room. Worth it. The exit has to be east of us. Ruled out everything else. We're just gonna Drawing Slice a lot, as this might be the final room. I won't use Mist Cutter in case it's not. This should be fine. Pretty convincing. Got another Glutton Potion. Cool. On the exit. Yeah. Build a little extra blast meter, and why not? Let's go melee. Now that did some serious damage. Our Protector and the Medic are the most powerful characters in that order. Okay, chat, so I think this floor we're now entering is the final floor. Oh look, a room with lots of enemies in it. And that's why we kept the Mist Cutter. So we still have a safety blast gauge in case we have to retreat the party, but we should be fine. I imagine we will not come across a shop on the final floor. That would be very silly if it was. And then it's like, here's your katana. Like, thanks, game. A couple items in here, but nothing too interesting otherwise. Alright, I'm cutting down the bee. Stupid bee. Oh, it actually survived that. Good job, bee. Our inventory is too full. That's not. Those are words I don't want to hear. Let's go chuck some items at the far end of the wall. Or I mean. This is trash. This is trash. This is trash. We have a lot of breads. I might as well eat some. Why not, chat? I don't need them for the other dungeon. Any other trash we can rid ourselves of to save some time? Really don't need aid scrolls. Lunacy scroll is just never useful. I'm just gonna throw this. Guess we don't need the knife. Really don't care about Demon Breath at this point. Just keep in mind, chat, we'll potentially have a lot of items we have to pick up at the very end. So I want to make sure we're not messing around with this. Really don't need the Whirl Scrolls. This should be good enough. So another unidentified scroll. They really just pick up the sigil I just threw away? They did. Okay. Well, we have Medica 2s. I can always consume them before the final room. They're not a very expensive item. And I generally don't need them unless playing solo. Obviously, Medica 2s are completely useless when you have a medic that auto-heals that is just ridiculous heals per turn. Oh, so close, chat. Yeah, I used Drawing Slice on the rat. Was it necessary? No. But it felt right, chat. Okay, where is this exit? All the misses. I feel them in my heart, chat. Auto heal, making us heal more than we took. Nice. Oh. Hello there. Second chat, something unplugged on my computer. Weird. We're good. Another Howling Scroll, interesting. I like how that enemy has enhanced attack and it will just never strike us because we just always insta-kill it, even without insta-kill. This is having an epic 1v1 in the hallway. Still have not found the exit. Come on, game. We have to be close. Really? And this was the wrong way. Alright, chat? I'm so happy that we took this detour. I guess it's in the southeast. We've ruled out literally every other room. Chris is getting a little injured. You should probably be okay. Away we go, chat. Oh, hello. I'm gonna introduce you to my friend Drawing Slice. I don't think they got along. That is a really dead rabbit. All 4 people versus that one enemy? Poor enemy. You arrive at the stairs to the bottom floor. Past them, you spot a geomagnetic pole by which you could return to town. What will you do? We're gonna stay here. We're gonna make sure to consume some items. As I said before, it'd be really, really dumb to not be able to pick them up. Let's just use our Whirl Scrolls. I don't really care if we have them or not. So we'll try to leave at least 2 more inventory spots full. We'll eat another bread, because why not? You know what? We'll eat all of our breads. This is fine. Oh, when we ate it at max, it increased our FP by 1. Huh. Not very useful, but I guess good to know. I never knew it did that, because I don't normally eat bread while at full FP. Let's go to the bottom floor. We've now freed up a significant amount of space. The chat, there are 9 items to collect. Do we have a quick salve? We have exactly 9 free spots. We have exactly 1 quick salve. You should have the key, right? I purchased the key. Did. Used key. Let's not mess around. I'm quick salving. Ooh, there we go. So some of those were actually about to expire, so if we didn't have a quick salve there, I don't think we could have gotten all those items. So we got a lot of unidentified scrolls, and it looks like we got max stat increasers. Interesting. That's like almost worth it. So now we have all these unidentified scrolls, so I'm not really sure what to think about them. Possible to identify without an assess scroll. Oh, that's true. We never did find the assess scroll. Hopefully it means we could still keep our other items. I'm hoping. Second chat. I guess we could double check. Okay. Let's try leaving, question mark? Turn to town. And we beat the dungeon, chat. Ooh. Nice. First try. Mystery reset dungeon cleared. Alright, wants us to report a quest. But before we do that, what happened to our items? So we kept all of our items. Oh, lots of guard scrolls. Samba victory cheer indeed. Well, that is a lot of guard scrolls. Wait a minute. That's actually godlike. So what were all these other sigils we had? Oh, they weren't super useful. Trapper scrolls. Once a tectonic change to the ground, sending a great many traps. All new traps will be hidden. It's horrible. Fumble scroll. Prevent party members in the room from picking up items. Ew. Ew, that would have been terrible. Oh, we did pick up exactly one assess scroll. Howling scroll could be fun. Or gilding scrolls. That's what I thought we had. Alright, so let's go deposit some items in the bank before we collect our other gear. We'll withdraw the guard scrolls when we're done. I just want to mass. Actually, you know what would be faster? I could just do this. So now we're out of room due to the sigils. Really need to get rid of these sigils. I forgot to clear up between sessions. That kind of sucks. Whatever. We'll just take these for now. Because we do have more stuff to put away, potentially. Like, I shouldn't get rid of all of our really good sigils, but honestly, I don't really need them at this point. Like, Pain Sigil is terrible. I will never use it for its intended purpose. Unless I'm doing, like, 1v1 medic or something nonsensical like that. Yeah, let's just grab some of these for now. That way I don't have to worry about items later. And then I could just mass sell our inventory. That would speed it up, actually, pretty significantly. Teleport scrolls are actually interesting, so I'll keep some of them. But otherwise, like these weak fireball sigils, I don't care about these. That should free up our bank space quite significantly, it looks like. We're almost out of item space, which is good. And then we're just gonna mass sell at some point. Yeah, the only thing I need to make sure that we put away are our guard scrolls. Because I want to pick them up once we have our endgame gear. And then assign them. This is actually not too bad, I guess, if I do it this way. So yeah, we have a couple of skill up books. I don't think we really need them, but we'll hold them, I guess. And Stun Sigil's so good, chat. This is like the MVP of the sigils. Like, that one literally could just save entire runs. Let's go to the Shano restaurant, because why not? Ooh, look at all these things we could sell. Nice. Didn't earn a lot of money from that. New weapons are available, new armor's available. Sold all items. Let's check out the restaurant. We did clear the quest. Strange phenomenon has been set in the mysterious forest. It may now be a mystery dungeon. We now got the Kumo Otashi. Received 1 Kumo Otashi. Everybody got experience. Good job. I know you just got finished tackling the mysterious forest, or excuse me, tackling the mysterious forest. There's this unbelievable quest out now. The challenge is to finish the mysterious forest solo. Even specify a particular class to do it. You ask me? I think you bums are the only ones who stood a chance. Well, you gonna give it a shot? Probably not. Chad, I really don't want to complete that mystery dungeon. How many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more times? Maybe in the future, as like a one-off session, we'll do it as a solo challenge. But I think for the extent of our current playthrough before the next Tales game, no thank you. We'll come back to this in the future, chat. When we just want to have a chill stream, we'll come back to it there. When we're just like, we have 3 hours and we're not sure what to do. So was this weapon worth it, chat? That weapon is such trash. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It was all for that? That was it? Like, look at the katana that we're using. We've been using these. Like, this is what we've been using since forever. Oh. Whoa, these are actually really strong. Oh, man. I would have liked a 3-slot katana. That would have been really good for us. So we can't really afford any of these things. So no new interesting weapons, unfortunately. I mean, the Zanmato's not bad, but it needs earthy skin. We got, like, none of it, so we can't do anything with it. A shield with no slots is a very useless shield. Most of these are not really interesting. Luck, HP, HP is kind of interesting. Oh, hey, a new regular shirt. Double HP, double health, a long cape with ancient scripture embroidered in the interior lining. Mythic Mistil? I wonder what gave us earthy skin. I'll have to go back and double check later. I wasn't paying attention to what actually dropped that. But apparently we only got one of it, so... At this point, I guess we'll put our weapons away. That weapon I will probably not use other than as a hand-me-down. Because I know we only have so many super katanas laying around. And that is slightly better than the average katana we could purchase. Hey, I got your stuff here for you. Retrieve your money and items, yes. Retrieve money and items from storage. That should be everything I was holding on to for you. Good job. Hold your stuff whenever you need me to. We ended up with a decent amount of cash, I guess. Is there anything else worth considering? Not really. At some point, I should probably show off the Farsight Orb. I guess there's no reason not to show it off. We'll do it next time, though. I need to see what kind of dungeon layout we're dealing with. That's something where I could put it on a medic, and if the medic is with the protector, it's just free treasure find on that character. A new mission is posted. Well, we'll go back to Magon's house. We've now... Oh, we never beat Utopia. Oops. I forgot we didn't beat Utopia. My bad, chat. We should probably do Utopia. How far did we get in Utopia? It's been a while. For some reason, I thought we did clear it. I suppose not. Oh, that's right. We only got a few floors in. That's right. Anyway, let's look at the mission request. I've heard your level resets to 1. The moment you step into the Phantom Depths, we've seen that phenomena before. Although it's said the spatial disturbance is more severe than it was in the mysterious forest. 3 potions, scroll, and sigil supposedly found unidentified in that dungeon. Okay, so now every potion is not identified. Oh, that's even worse. Make no mistake, it will be quite a challenge. I wish you the best of luck in there. New dungeon has been unlocked. 11th branch, Phantom Depths. Yeah, that dungeon is not fun, chat. I'm more willing to go to the final branch of the game than I have to go to Phantom Depths. No, thank you. Well, I suppose we should get a team ready. So now I'm trying to think, what was the boss at the end of Utopia? Well, it has to be a dragon. I'm now straining my memory. It had some kind of gimmick unlike the other dragons. Oh, that's right. It kept summoning Amber. Oh, yeah, we need some crowd clear for this dragon. What do you think, chat? I guess we could go with a boss team. Just straight to the end. I suppose that should be okay. Though I don't really want our current party as is, so let's edit the party. Would Chris be more useful or Kirk for this boss? Not sure. I mean, I could put both in for now, but then we come into a problem. I wouldn't have the protector. Yeah, see, the problem is, like, that I usually don't want the ninja and the lance connect, because I'm not sure how hard this fight is going to be. Like, 100% we need Rob. I don't think we can win without Rob. We can potentially win without a protector, but not without Rob. I could go for... Because if I bring a protector and we don't have AoE, this fight could take forever. I could bring a spellcaster with us. I feel like I haven't shown them a lot of love. Guess I could bring Callum. Because that would also slightly increase our defense. So, like, having a Rune Master is like getting a small stat increase. The only question is, was this boss weak to Slash? I don't remember. It'll still do a very damaging attack, so we'd probably still want a Spectral Cage, it doing its, like, 250 attack. But hopefully with Callum there, and really high physical resist, we should be okay. So we could try this team. And again, Callum will increase our defense, so it's not like we're going in completely unbuffed. Like, alternatively, I would consider bringing a Sovereign here instead of Chris, just to make sure I didn't die. But this would... we'll try this team and see how it goes, I guess. We haven't used Kirk in a while. Oh, they're missing a protector. Perfect. I could put Charmander Knight back there. So we'll dispatch everybody else for now. I have some time to think about if I'm going to change my mind on the boss. But I think this is, like, one of the few fights where the Rune Master is, like, really, really good. Because if I remember correctly, the boss's gimmick is basically it will summon Amber, and it will eat the Amber. And depending on how much Amber it attains, the more powerful attacks it's allowed to use. And we don't want it to do that. So we'll hopefully just headbind it repeatedly, just to stop it from doing its crush move. And if it never does its crush move, I don't think we lose at that point. That's like the only thing I'm actually concerned about. Also, what is this inventory we have? Oh, it never re-equipped Chris. Oh. Well, oh well. I'm like looking at this and I'm like, what is this inventory? I think they expel gauntlets. I mean, this looks okay for a team comp. Perk's using the sword shield, which gets generic resistance to everything. I guess that's okay for tanking purposes. Got the Balmong, which is pretty strong. Got anti-all resists. So we don't have a super powerful Fizz resist, unfortunately, but it's okay. Yeah, I'd prefer not to get headbound. Oh, that's right. So, because this is the ultimate dragon, I think it could do any status ailment. Ooh, not having a sovereign could be difficult. I mean, we'll see how it goes, I suppose. But yeah, potentially it'll be confused, it'll be paralysis, poison, I think. I think, but it might not be able to get that attack off if we never allow it to get TP. We'll see. This is a little bit of a risk to do. Also, Kirk's sword is not gilded. I should probably gild it. There's the sword bind one. We'll put away the other swords as they are good. Also, that reminds me, does that mean that, like, Charmander Knight doesn't have his gear? Because we should probably make sure he has it, because he's in a 4 right now. I'd prefer he not die due to poor equipment. Yeah, let's... What's that? Much better. No sense in losing out for no reason, chat. Not a bad shield. Replace Addle's -1 with that. Why not? Otherwise, I think we'll put away these other items. I guess that means maybe, like, Ohatsu never got her gun back? Yeah, that's probably what happened. And then who else did we bring in? Nancy? Yeah, she's probably wielding something like... That makes more sense. And then she probably had the head resistant one. Sure, we'll give her the Holy Shield -1. Why not? Otherwise, I think just about everybody has a weapon except for Steve, so I guess we could give him the hand-me-down weapon. Oh. Oh, we have actually really good swords in here. Maybe we don't need to do that. Never mind, we'll just give Steve Fujin. Ignore me, chat. We don't even need to do that. Oh, this character also doesn't have a good weapon. Huh. Sure, I'll take the double insta-kill. Sure, I'll take a Fujin -2 over whatever he was using. It looks like our team got a little more powerful overall. Not too shabby. Check the rapiers real quick. Did we get any interesting ones? Oh, we did, with hit. Okay. I mean, Tenkai is going to be doing some serious damage at some point. Not bad. I think at this point, chat, we're just going to power level a shield. I guess we could power level Kirk's, potentially. Since I don't really care who gets it. I mean, I don't need it to be a full elemental resistance shield. It's nice if it is. But sometimes strength up is also okay. Let's take out all the guard scrolls that we just gained. We'll take out some gilding scrolls. I don't really need that much else. We're gonna put away most of these items, so I'm not gonna worry about that. I wish I could use them not in the overworld. Or I wish I could use them in the overworld versus in the map. Slash the dungeon. Like in gilding his weapon, gilding this staff. I only need 2 gilding scrolls. Okay. I can put the rest away for now. I don't remember if any of these are actually useful, so for now I'll put them away. I'll always look at them later. But I will acknowledge we probably have some really terrible items I just put into the store. I'll gather 1 Nether Dust, why not? Put away one of these. Don't really need this many healing scrolls. Don't need that many healing sigil, or haste sigils. We'll keep 1 large loaf. Our team might get hungry. And I guess we'll attempt the dungeon, question mark? So ideally for the boss, we would go in with probably stat resist. But since we're just trying to make it to the boss, it doesn't really matter the first time we go in. I guess we could get stats up. Because we'll probably be leaving the dungeon more than once. That would be a safe assumption. That way we can kind of buff all of these items. Sure. I can check. I was just checking something. So let's continue forward, I guess. Yeah, let's go to Utopia. We only have 2 major story branches left, and there is another ending for those that were curious and been watching to this point. We do get something for beating all of the story branches, but after that, it's just pure bonus content. So we could kind of do that whenever. I'm not in a rush, but I'll consider it at least formally beaten once we beat Champions Hall and Phantom Deaths. But for now, let's go to Utopia. So I don't think I put another dungeon here. Or not another dungeon. I didn't put another fort down, so I'm not sure where the right path is. Yeah, it's just like a little bit of an epilogue, if you managed to get this far. Thank you for joining, Yantos. Hopefully you had fun. I think this music is growing on me. I am liking it a bit. That is a lot of damage. Okay, so let's take some turns to go ahead and improve our weapons. That is an interesting club. I like that it's a +3. We can meld that when we're done later. Let's, for now, improve... Oh, Sentry Shield is kind of godlike. I'll improve Kirk's a little bit, just because. Because this will reduce how much damage Kirk takes in general. Only regular enchants? I'll use the rest on the other shield. Just because our medic surviving is kind of important. A little extra defense there, better than nothing. We'll use the Gilding Scroll on Balmong.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on. And we'll use yet another one on the Gumbai, which has all the elemental buffs. There we go, chat. And again, because the Rune Master's here, we also get resistance to those random blizzard attacks, which is kind of nice. But this is not a bad decision, because I feel like Ping, unfortunately, is not suited for this dungeon, or else I probably would have picked him again here. Wow, that did nothing. And also, it increases our elemental resistance. Whatever. Did he just spawn in front of us? Oh, that one drops the earthy skin. Interesting. Who has mineralogy in this team? Anybody? Kirk does, but he's got no points in it. A shame. Also, speaking of which, we should probably level Callum a bit more. Damage to enemy weakness up, please. Free stats. I could make him learn every spell. I suppose there's no downside to this. I will probably never max his other abilities. They'll probably be left like this forever. So with these spare points, I guess I'll put them in TP boost, since he is one of the most TP-dependent characters in the game. And I guess he's done, from my standpoint, unless I really feel like wasting my own TP. Like, this just makes it cost more and maybe would only add 5 damage. Like, to me, that's not worth it. Wow. Runic Shield and Christage equal no damage on Blizzard. That's kind of silly, actually. Well, I suppose we could get weapon upgrades if we kill enough of those chameleons, because I think that enemy was listed a few times. Something we needed. Now we get to enjoy full power Drawing Slice from Chris. Much better. Oh, the paralysis is kind of annoying. Whole team's gonna have to wait for it. Oh, Rob healed us. Nice. Goodbye, Chameleon. Got a Nullify Scroll. I think Kirk will keep us fairly safe against whatever it is we're gonna fight, because we're gonna have to depend on him for binds if we do have to fight a DoE. Chris can probably apply 1, maybe 2. Like, if he's the center of attention, I could give him the poison counterattack ability. Oh, that's actually really annoying that they did that. I could give him the poison counterattack ability, which would potentially allow us to get poison where we wouldn't normally get it. Also, as nice as that ability is, I will probably turn off all of our super spells. I don't really think we need it at the moment. Or just one-shotting him, that's fine. I'd really prefer not to lose the Nether Dust. In retrospect, I should have put that away, because I already knew we were going to come back later for it. Okay, I think we just got it back at least. We'll explore the rooms a little bit more, just because wandering boxes here would be pretty crazy. Wow. They can't even hit Chris. This is just sad. Too overpowered. Oh no, Chris took 13 damage. It's only gonna take them like 40 more attempts to kill him. If they're lucky. I know, it's like between your character's dodge rate and runic shield. No way. You had like a million turns to kill them. Yeah, I think this is working out well. Callum giving slight attack bonuses to Chris just means Drawing Slice is more powerful. Like rooms like this, I could just go, no, we don't have to play with this room. Drawing Slice. Perk's going in with his weapon. He does have insta-kill on his blade, which is useful. Little damage to Callum. Oh, getting paralyzed here is the worst. Oh, thankfully I got hit. Why don't we try something? Let's do Divert. Make them all target Chris. Or use Scroll. What a jerk. So this is like having a Protector. I don't have the tanky stats of the Protector. And also, the enemy always being diverted to me also means I don't get stuck in paralysis loops. Chris's hunger meter is almost burned out again. We're losing so many turns to that stuff. Oh, I'm just one-shot something off-screen? Sure. King Shadow is trying really hard to kill the team, but we're pretty resistant to that. And I'll Drawing Slice him to disrespect him. It wasn't necessary, but it felt right, chat. Yeah, we'll probably have to lead with Kirk in a little bit, because Chris's hunger meter is off the charts. But at least I could do this basically every turn. And not care. What can they do to stop this, chat? The answer is nothing. They have to perish. Thank you, Rob, for refreshing, because that would have been annoying. Oh, Kirk's on his own little solo adventure. I was gonna switch over to Kirk, but... Oh no! We found a transmogrifier and it got rid of the other item. What a shame. I wanted that item. I was gonna say, if the transmogrifier was still around... Oh, or find an item? Why, thank you, Kirk. Oh, you found a bassinet. Good job, Kirk. Whatever is foolishly trying to fight Kirk, I'm so glad they retreated. They were done otherwise. Oh, Kirk found him! Kirk went back to the previous room to go kill him. The hate is real. He's like, no one takes my yeast scroll. There we go. Yeah, Kirk just had his own little solo adventure. Look at that. Look how much time he saved. He explored 3 rooms for us. We know there's an exit potentially over here. Take a look. Oh. Callum one-shotting things full screen like that, that makes me smile. Okay, we found an exit. Worth it. We'll check over here, because I mostly just want FP. TP doesn't hurt. Yeah, Callum's TP is still doing extremely well. He has free energy, which will potentially make him go from using, I don't know, like 34 or 35 spells without getting TP to maybe 40 or 45. So it is important that we max the free energy as soon as possible, given that he just can't do anything without TP. Bump all these characters. There we go. Safety scroll, why not? Yeah, we'll definitely have to melt. Oh, transmogrifier? Oh, yeah, chat. Oh, we can holy gift this room. Yeah, gimme, gimme. Did Chris this level? Oh, come on, Chris. You didn't need to level. Stop that. Oh, hey, I can make divert cost less. Sure. Why not? Make ninja moves less expensive. That seems fair. Yeah, this character is actually legitimately done. I don't even want to touch this stuff. 2 TP for making heal more expensive. For slightly more power. No, thank you. I could teach him Heavy Strike. I don't really care about any of these. I mean, I could just teach him these. Just to teach him these. I'll turn them off, though. I really don't want him using Heavy Strike. Or going in with Blazing Link on the Blaze Shroom. So what I think I'll do, I'll walk in the corner, and I'll just start dropping items. Oh my gosh, our allies are so annoying! I don't want them to take this, though. I can't chuck items, which is why this is very annoying, chat, if you're wondering why. I need them to just not step where I'm stepping. What? Why did he go diagonal bottom left? Come on. Oh, our allies are just gonna make this impossible, chat. This is so annoying. Like, this in a solo room would have been so easy. I just need them to not do things. Like, is that what I have to do? Drop items as one character and then move diagonal? Is that like the power play? I really like to get these items. If I do something like this... I mean, I want these monsters, chat. I'm keeping the poison pill, though. That would be foolish to get rid of. And I walk diagonal. This is way harder than this should be, by the way, chat. Just letting you know. Well, I kind of messed that up, but this should still be fine. Drop another use scroll. So far this is 5 enemies. It's like, borderline not worth it at the moment, but we still have more. Why did he move diagonal? No! It's what I don't want them to do, because it wastes so much time. Stop. Right, chat? I'm just like, stop it. I'm gonna keep at least one each of my sewing sigils. Be okay. We're setting up the kill room, chat. Do we need this many healing scrolls? No way. This room is gonna have so many enemies when we're done. I'm not even sure I could kill them without a, mist move. Really? Chat, they're random movements. They tilt me. Please stop moving randomly. Right, chat? I'm like, just stay where you are. It's fine. I didn't move. You shouldn't move. All good. Alright. Next item will probably be one of the last. I think I'll place 2 items here. I'm going to keep some of the sewing sigils. Leave those for now. I don't really need the nullify. And our final item drop will probably be this one. We'll get rid of another healing scroll. We don't need that many. I roll my eyes. Stop. There we go. Let's see how many enemies we get, chat. Awesome. Ooh, do I have the ability to haste myself? I don't. So I want to actually give our allies a turn to get closer. I don't care if one enemy dies there. It's not a big deal.
You fiends have no future.
I do have no future. And this is where, chat, just to make sure that this room dies, I'm gonna give the game permission to use the Omega spells. And we're gonna otherwise drawing slice the entire room. Okay. Alan putting in the work. Don't paralyze Chris. That's all that matters. Wow, that killed so many people. What an excellent call. So Callum definitely guaranteed us the kill. Thanks, Callum. And hey, we got rid of the sigils. Yay, inventory cleanup. Callum getting more health is probably good, as he's still probably in one-shot kill range of the boss. We at least do have the equivalency of Protect, or I mean, not Protect, of Provoke. So if the boss is reduced to just melee strikes, we can make it just focus on Kirk, for example. And Kirk is the least likely character to die, due to all of his resistances. Oh, that burned a lot of FP. That's not good. I attack sideways for some reason. Oh well. Not the interest here. I guess we'll just go to the final floor. They can keep our bassinet. I don't super care. Actually, there is one move I will let Callum always use. That'll be Blizzard. Blizzard's really powerful. Oh, we got our bassinet back, I guess. I have a feeling the AI won't abuse it super often, so we should be okay here. We're almost the furthest we've been in the dungeon so far. I think Utopia is a shorter dungeon. It should only be about 15 floors, which is about how far I was thinking we were going to get in the other dungeon. So if nothing else, chat, we have our safety saves. I've done backups already for the game, so we should be fine. At least we get to see what the boss is like. Talking Sigil, not really that important to have. Exorcist gloves, I think we're decent, right? Oh, there's just the triple hit burners. Probably better to have agility up. This character is getting very hungry. I think it's time to play Kirk for a little bit as I pick up yellow tile. Spread the hunger out a bit better. The enemy attempts to Blizzard Kirk, and Kirk is immune due to Callum existing. That seems fair. It also seems fair. It's rapid stab in the face. There we go. I mean, Kirk can basically melee everything to death. I'm not super concerned. That was a lot of damage, actually. For a non-buff weapon, doing almost 200 at this state of the game, that's pretty good. But we'll have to meld some things onto Kirk's weapon so it does more damage. Chris's weapon's already pretty strong, but we could probably improve it a little more. Oh, Kirk leveled. Nice. Oh, I just realized you haven't maxed power boost. I mean, I could improve the links, technically. Let's just go for a basic stat increase. Why not? We got time, chat. I don't need the link damage to be optimized. I just need it to exist. We're hitting like a truck. Goodbye, enemies. Yeah, we need just enough FP to get to a point where we could use our last fort. Tactician fan. It's a new item. This thing sucked. Oh no, they took our bonus weapon. I kind of want that. Oh, where did he go with it? See, this is where having Farsight work would be useful, because I could have seen where he went if Rob had the other item. I kind of want that item just because it is like a free +3. So far, Callum has not really used any Blizzard moves, which makes sense because I don't think a lot of these enemies are weak to ice. I figure it'd be safe to use. Oh, a rare one of these. Awful. Entrapment is like a counter move. Got it. Didn't get what we needed, but Rob leveled. I'm gonna check the entrance to make sure he's not back at the entrance. I don't think he is. But we could potentially lose a ton of items here. This sucks. Yeah, these enemies are the worst at the moment. Just because I'd like to leave the dungeon with some items. Oh, ice is not their weakness, that's right. Oh, excuse me, chat. Did he? That is so obnoxious. That is so obnoxious. I had, like, no ability to react to that at all. Man, we still didn't get our original item back. I'm hoping that wasn't the original one that stole from us. Oh, is this the one that stole from us, actually?
No mercy!
No mercy them indeed. Yeah, I want that +3 weapon, chat. I will kill for it. Speaking of which, go ahead and use the Glutton Potion on Chris. He's getting low on FP. Yeah, I feel like we drain faster in this area. I feel like we were in the other dungeon and it did not drain very quickly at all, but now it's just, like, super fast. Wow, we only got 1 kill out of all that? Really? We're only hitting Kirk for 10 damage. That seems fair. Kirk sets them on fire. That also seems fair. Good job, Kirk. Purge them. So we unfortunately did burn through a lot of our yeast scrolls, but I suppose I could use them on something we have. Like, do I really need this many oh, we don't need the pain sigil. Fine, that was an easier decision than I thought. Oh, it became a large loaf. Huh. Okay, that's good to know that it doesn't have to be just bread, it could be large loaf. Makes sense. Okay, so now I'm a lot less concerned about food. So we could probably make it to the point where we could get a fort. This also helps. We got surrounded. Our team's getting back attacked. But I think Callum one-shot the back attacker, which is good. We're gonna go rescue our pathetic. Oh, hello. So many wandering monsters, right, chat? Look at this. 2 monsters in 1 hallway, not even provoked? Crazy. Chris getting the insta-kill and re-paralyzing the whole team. Goodbye, Chris's FP meter. So many hazards, chat. Well, that restored a significant amount of FP, which is kind of nice. That was less nice. Oh, he walked into the item I wanted to take. I was gonna remember. I remembered that Rob had herbology, but apparently it didn't. So far we've never had a purpose of using steady hands, and honestly, I still don't think we have a purpose for using steady hands. I'm gonna be real honest with you, chat. It improves your ability to heal, but like at what point in the game have we needed to heal like 200 and the medic was also not dead? I don't think that has happened. Maybe the final boss might make us do it, maybe. We'll see, chat. I mean, our party heal still heals for like 120, which is pretty solid. Quick salve, useful against the boss. Found an exit. I'm just gonna go take the exit. I'm not gonna bother exploring this area anymore. It's kind of horrible. Aw, more enemies spawned in. Unfortunate. But hey, at least we have enough blast gauge to miscutter and or protect our allies. Speaking of which, we've gone several floors into this dungeon, and so far only 1 DOE has spawned. And it's still not all that close. Strange. Still on like floor 10? Is it getting lost in the labyrinth? Okay, now it's a lot closer. Amber's surging again. Best to tread with caution. Let's see, does Blizzard actually do damage now? No. No, it does not. Anyway, drawing slice. I'm glad Chris could just kill that full screen. I really don't want to mess around with that enemy. They keep trying really hard to catch Chris, but the fact that he could just AoE full screen hit and he's got like one hit attribute means he's basically never gonna miss. So I'm not super concerned. Delaying Sigil, that's a good use scroll. Potential. Okay, that did 45 to Chris. So Callum, as I said before, is making us take less damage from elements, which is good. If that lizard's still alive, hopefully Kirk will kill it. And he did. Thank you, Kirk. Kirk had one job, and that was to kill, and he did it. Mission accomplished. We'll let Kirk block for our allies as I draw Link Slice here. Kirk uses Electric Link, and gave the other guy Thunder Link, so he should be ultra dead. Yeah, I was gonna say. Because that was going to trigger per drawing slice. Hello, ally? Hello, Rob? No. We talked about this game, AI. We can't have you doing that. Another scroll. A confused scroll. That should help if we get Monster Housed. Take control of Kirk a little longer. Don't have anything to mine that, unfortunately. If we were higher level, maybe. If we did a solo adventure with Kirk, I'm sure he would be able to max out all of his other abilities. Let's see what Double Strike does to this thing. Quite enough to... Whoa, that did a lot of damage. Oh, he took a Restore Scroll? Whatever. He could keep that, chat. I don't care about that. So there's one exit. I am noticing it. I am skipping some yellow tiles, and it's not because I'm doing it on purpose. I do think it does partially blend with the floor, though I don't particularly appreciate this combination of colors when I'm trying to go fast. Okay, this should kill all of them. Oh, off by like one hit, probably. Yeah, just one hit. Okay. Oh no, we lost our Restore Scroll. All is lost, chat. Again, I'm not messing around with these things. Goodbye. Since we're doing so well TP-wise... Oh no. I guess we could give, random lightning paralysis. That could be fun. Rick Rack Tongue. What an item name. Let's up on that to get more TP. Actually, I didn't need to Drawing Slice this room. I should have waited till that guy was dead first. Oh well. I'm just ending that fight full screen? Sure. I guess we can all take notes from the ninja. There'll be a decent amount of items from that, because Chris does have Dendrology. The benefits of having the high-level character is you keep all the damage, but all the gathering. And another Dendrology use. Nice. Just extra cash for us later. We'll eventually have to put down another fort, so we should be at a decent amount of cash. Yeah, we're good. He can keep the Spectre Scroll. I don't really care. Let's just see if there's easy items to attain. Like, we'll take that easy cash. And we'll take a look at this room and then back up. Ooh, looks like it was definitely worth coming here. I could holy gift this room. Nobody else is in the room, though. I'll just do Mist Cutter. And that probably gave an absurd amount of experience to our Fortress characters. So Chris is just empowering everybody when that happens. And we almost ended with 3 Blast Gauge again. Nice. Now we're on the 9th floor. Furthest we've been so far. Significant amount of enemies. So I think what we'll end up doing is we will go ahead and force the Galvanic Rune. And we'll do it again, because why not, chat? Wow. Now, that is crowd control, chat. Oh no, Kirk got poisoned. Lost extra 6 lives, kind of annoying. Now I'm kind of crowd controlling everything again, so we should be able to get normal strikes on them without an issue. Fortunately, the AI should not use that AoE thing when there's only one active enemy. Wow. Callum actually killed something with... Oh, Transmogrifier. No! Stop stepping on it. I want to use it. Allies are trolling, chat. Talking Sigil. Don't care. Sure, chat. Let's get more enemies. Well, Tactician Van has 5 empty slots. Yeah, let's get rid of some items in here. I'll move them up here so they're less likely to trigger it. Don't need this many threads. We just need 2 in case one gets cursed. I think that's like the safest rule of thumb. Safety scroll. Nah, we don't really need... Oh, why did you walk diagonal up for that? You jerk. AI sometimes, chat. Let's go here. And I'll use this character to drop another item. Anything else we could get rid of without too much of an issue? We don't have too many spare items after our previous time. A bit disappointing. I'll drop one more healing scroll, then we'll just go for a murder frenzy. Not bad. Should basically be immune to this thanks to the shield. Full E scroll, kind of annoying, but not the end of the world. Rob, please heal Callum. Oh, okay. Wow, he just moved that slow? That sucks. Rick dealing with the other mushroom. Hopefully this guy dies. I want to pick that up with Rob, because he's the only character with potential item gain on this. Didn't get another item. Oh well. Oh my gosh, there are so many traps in this room. What is going on? Enemy really doesn't want me to enter this hole. He dodged while paralyzed with a hit katana? What are the odds of that, chat? Also, ew, what is this room? Ew, get out of here. It's not even a monster house, chat. What is going on with this? Anyway, experience earned. Got even more lumber. I actually don't really want to fight more enemies at this point. I'm looking to just clear. Because we have to be close to the point where we could use a port. I imagine either this floor is usable, or the last usable floor, or the next floor. Well, goodbye, RTP. Don't kill Callum. Don't kill Callum. No. Goodbye, you drizzle leaf. It's because our healer was paralyzed. There's nothing we could do. I literally didn't even get a turn. I was paralyzed and our healer was paralyzed. That sucked. That sucks. Oh well, we're definitely going back for you, drizzle leaves. That's for sure. Thank you, Callum. Just delete these rooms. I don't even care about your TP usage anymore. Huh? Well, there's apparently an enemy trying to sneak up on us. It got promptly deleted. We should be able to tell from this dungeon floor where the final floor is. Let's put a luxury fort here. Hopefully the enemy is not literally ready to come here. We're gonna kill this and then go back up a floor. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is the final floor. So once we hit here, we'll hit the boss. So how close could we have built? Actually, that might have been as close as we could have built it, because I know we definitely can't build it up to floor 12. Floor 11 is the only question mark, but honestly, it being more to the side is not a big deal for us. Down we go, chat. Yeah, we'll probably reset our stats a little bit, and we'll just try to beat the boss. We'll bring like a bazillion drizzle chat. We're not messing around with the boss. In case it pulls off some absolute nonsense, like the Ice Dragon, really don't feel like starting over. Or Bassinet, what a jerk. Yeah, we have an Ether Dust, so I can always leave if we game over. Is probably what I'll do.
No mercy.
No mercy indeed. I'm just gonna slice through. Hopefully Kurt kills it. Killing scroll from us. That I don't care about. It's more like usable items that are okay, but probably better than the hand-me-downs the other characters have. That's where it hurts, chat. So we have to go hunt them down, and we'll probably exit on this fort and rejoin. Did they really spawn, and did they really, like, teleport to the middle somewhere? That is so annoying. So I'll have to place Kirk a little bit just to conserve food, or we'll get paralyzed. That sucks. Oh, we got hit out of it. Thank you. My reward for you is death. Give me my Bassinet back. Oh, you didn't even have the Bassinet. What a jerk, chat. Yeah, that's what I wanted. They knew, chat. They knew what I wanted. I don't care about our healing scroll. They could keep that. So let's return to town. Resets our FP. Resets our TP. We've leveled a little bit. We can empower our weapons a little more. We'll see how we do. Let's see. I'd say we could purchase a weapon with these. Oh, we haven't sold them yet. Yeah, because we could get the Zen Motto, which should be interesting. Let's sell all these items. We basically just made up for... Oh, no, not those. Now we have a decent amount of cash. We could get technically a stronger katana than what... This is pretty powerful. Oh, you're using the Nihil Yota. Oh, nothing's quite that strong. Kirk is using the Balmong, which is the strongest possible weapon we could give him at the moment, unless we give him the Rapier, but we can't. So... too much of interest here, unfortunately. Yeah, I wish there was like a helmet that gave physical resistance or something, but I imagine they probably didn't want to do that for balancing purposes. Also, Kirk is using fire resistance and pierce resistance. I don't really want that. Do we have a bludgeoning resistant one? We do. But I can't purchase it. That's a shame. They're already using the best of the best. Oh, wait a minute. This is an upgrade for Chris. I lose some TP, but I get more damage? Okay. Right, chat? Sure. More unkillable? Why not? Beast Gauntlets. This gives TP and luck. That's slightly better for the Master. Yeah, why not? Let's purchase this. Helm is slightly less likely to die in one hit. He probably still will die in one hit, but we'll try. We'll try to keep him alive, chat. He's probably going to eat a lot of our revive items. There's not much we could do about it, but fine. We could put away those other items, and then we could go ahead and start merging. Yeah, I'll keep these armors for now. These should be fine. Do I need the icicle? Not really. Do I need a sewing sigil? Not really. Keep one of each. We'll keep the large breads just to reach it to the end. Put away the bassinet, as that is a somewhat useful item. Now we're gonna go ahead and withdraw a lot of Yggdrasil leaves. Yeah, that looks good. Right, chat? I'm like, I'm not messing around with this game. I'm like, no thanks. 2 Bravants for Chris and Kirk, respectively. Get some quick salves. Yeah, why not? Get 6 quick salves. Listen, chat, I'm gonna make sure I go first. Let's see, what else can we do to make this more unfair for the enemy? I don't have any random scrolls to... That's fine. Let's go ahead and merge to increase Kirk's power probably first, because he has the strongest sword. That's not the right one. Meld. Meld. Let's give him that +3. This is free damage for Kirk. We'll merge all the giant swords with Kirk, because I'm probably never going to go back to these. Fine. That way we can at least say Kirk's damage is slightly above normal. Another Master Sword +2. That is a good... Oh, we don't need Ichimonji +2. The Kirk's weapon's looking kind of good. Let's see if we can improve Chris's. So Kirk's damage went up by +10. I don't need this many. Chris's weapon is now 47. Oh, Shinjuku? Oh. Went up to 52. It's still climbing. I don't know what the cap is for this weapon, but we'll just keep going, I guess. 54, why not? 56. So our weapons are pretty good, I must say. Like, Chris's weapon's probably our most powerful thing. But Kirk's is not bad, either. You know what, we'll give Kirk that other +2. Because he might end up doing a lot of damage just due to how links work, if the boss can only get hit by Elemental. That makes sense, to spread out the damage just a tiny bit. There we go, I'm feeling pretty confident we're gonna win. Any shields we can increase? Oh, that's right, I should be using Sword or Emperor Shield at some point. It's just strictly better than what we have. Huh. I should probably do that for Rob. Yeah, because he's got 3 bludgeoning and then 5. Oh, that's right. I didn't have the ingredients to buff it. That's why I didn't do it. I was trying to think there was some reason I didn't end up doing that. And that reminds me. So because we're not fighting a fire monster, I should probably just make this more bash resist. That way he doesn't die. So now the medic is pretty tanky. Kirk has, like, good overall bonuses. Oh, wait. Oh, I might switch Kirk over to the Emperor Shield +3 in that case, because they got the same defense. Kirk will lose some attack, but I get to do something like this. I'd rather Kirk just be immune to this boss. That way, if I do force the boss to target, they should be fine. So if nothing else, our medic should survive, and Chris should do okay. I'll probably have to do the thing where he dodges physical attacks, so that way he could dodge the crush move, and that will be probably good enough. So yeah, let's equip that Emperor Shield, actually. Oh. I can't equip it from here, I don't think. That would be too easy, chat. Yeah, let's go ahead and withdraw that, and then we'll get a Gilding Scroll as well. We don't have a lot of room for... Oh, we'll bring one revive, I guess. But we don't have a lot of room for picking up items on the way, so we're gonna try to bum rush it. We still have a lot of Gilding Scrolls left. Nice. Is there anything we could put away from our ridiculous amount of things? Oh, we don't need the Greatcoat in our inventory. We got one Poison Pill, tons of speed ups, a wall of Yggdrasil. We're gonna get rid of one Gilding Scroll. We have 2 escapes, 1 boss revive. We have a haste sigil. I guess this should be okay. The bread and the large loaf we can use as we get further into the dungeon, and we can swap out armor right now. The Kirk will lose 5 attack, but he becomes immune to the boss. I think I'm okay with that trade-off. Right, chat, we're not dealing with the silly nonsense of, oh, JK, my weapon actually does bludgeoning damage. Like, we're not, or my main attack does bludgeoning damage. We're not falling for that again, chat. So is there anything else I can store? If I could get, like, 2 less items. I suppose I really don't need this many quick salves. I only really need 5, because I might need to reapply it to our main attacker. And honestly, also, I don't really need so many auto revive. This should be fine. Don't think I need this many scrolls. I'll keep 1 on us in case we do run out of food, but otherwise I feel pretty good about this. Also, I don't need a teleport sigil at the moment. Okay, this should be... Oh, delaying sigil, we definitely... Okay, that's a little better. We have 2 food items, 1 use scroll. And let's take what we need to beat the boss. So let us go ahead and take the order that gives us status resistance. Because I would really prefer not to get going forward. That should be good enough. And speaking of which, what are the odds of them actually hitting this dungeon fort? Are any of them near it? No, not really. Oh hey, look, a dead-end floor. That would have been nice to go to. It's super inconvenient to reach, because I would have to put a fort here. So this technically would have been one of the best places for a spare fort, but it's fine. Do we just need to make it through 6 floors? Should be fine. Oh, no. There's some... Oh, I almost made a big mistake, chat. I caught myself. There's one item we should definitely take. Amrita time. We need our TP refilled. Of course. We're not messing around with this. You know what? We'll take 2 eye drops as well. And another bread. Why not? Okay. Now we're ready to go, chat. Now we're ready to go see if this boss is worth it. There we go. Has to think about it whenever I touch something. That's fine. I guess we're good to go. I guess we could look at Sign Lab. Is there anything else we can hand in the Almanac? Did we earn an item yet? Nope. How many items do we have left? We have 3 free slots, but we're gonna guaranteed use the Amritas. So I literally don't have to hold anything back. We are just gonna blitz this dungeon, chat. So if this dungeon gets if this fort gets destroyed, it's not a big deal. Right now, nothing can reach it, and the only way something can reach it is if a DOE comes our way, so I don't need to actually put guards here. Unless the other one goes backwards to get it, in which case I'll say, you earned it, DOE. You could destroy that fort, because I probably don't want to place it there anyway. Long term. Oh, did we just get free reign to the next floor? Yes, please. Easy floor, chat. We're done with it. More items? Sure, why not? Button potion? Sure, we'll take that right now. They tried to hit Chris. Big mistake. Just curious how much Chris does with this enhanced weapon. 82 a slice. Nice, so potentially 400 damage to a single enemy. I imagine the boss will have very similar resistances, but if the boss can only be hit by Pierce, I will be very sad. We'll still brute force it. It will just take a while. There's an item in the corner that I kind of want. I think if I just move diagonal, I should be able to reach it. Really just want this chest. Okay, Callum leveling is a really good sign, because he's the only character I'm concerned about. He will probably die to the boss constantly, but him getting more intelligence is just useful, because he might be the only person that can hurt the boss outside of Kirk with elemental strikes. I'm not concerned about if the boss is, like, slash resistance for Kirk, because he can always do elemental damage. It's just more if the boss is resistant to cut, or slash, I mean, then Chris's character's in trouble, and he can't really contribute to the fight outside of diversions and maybe some binds. So hopefully that will not be the case. Yeah, I don't have to care about TP. Another Yggdrasil leaf? That doesn't seem necessary. Oh. Hopping point. Let's make sure we get those. Silly enemy. You're fighting Kirk. He's gonna murder you. Oh no, they already can't hit Chris. This is just sad. So yeah, I'm expecting Kirk to basically delete the boss. I technically should have given Kirk a rapier if I was going with Lynx, because A, it would have been damage coverage, but B, I would have been able to do, instead of double strike, I could have gotten 3 to 4 hits, because he has like the single target version of Drawing Slice with rapier. Another enemy spawn, I'm assuming. Yeah, nothing is near that other fort. Oh hey, they might actually reach the fort before we reach the bottom. Yeah, we're doing excellent. Health and TP wise, I am not concerned at all. Goodbye, enemy. Our FP is even really good. I'm really liking this floor so far, chat. It's been very nice to us. We've been slowly building up some blast gauge. I'd prefer to have at least 1 blast gauge for the boss. We're there at the moment. Hopefully we don't need to expend it. Let's actually explore a little bit to build up that blast gauge. Another thread. I could turn that thread into bread, I think, because we really don't need that many. So many. Oh no, it disabled our Nether Dust. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, come on, really? Of all the items we had, it did that one? Good. Seriously, chat, we had so many item decoys, and it only targeted the one that we wanted. Also, I didn't move fast enough, apparently. Oh well. So silly, chat. What was it? It was literally like, what, a barely 2% chance to pick that item? Given that we had over 50 items. Safety scroll. Ice charm we could use as scroll fodder. Oh, there's the collectible I missed. Whatever. So not a lot of blast gauge. Hopefully we could build up some in this room. Because again, we could Spectral Cage, and that could completely shut down the boss fight. The goal is to hopefully get close to 3 for the boss fight. And this definitely helps. Because we might use 1 on our ally's fort, so I'm just going to assume that right now we are not going to end with Blast Gauge where we reach the boss. inventory is too full to pick up items. We'll use an eye drop. Almost a 2 blast gauge. So that was kind of worth it. The enemy has a small chance of taking the path that we're on, and we were forced to fight a DOE. Go ahead and use another eye drop, and also an antidote pill. Those I find annoying and a waste of our inventory. No traps in this room. DOE is going in the middle, so we don't have to fight a single DOE except for whatever reaches the fort. That's actually good for us. What did he steal? Oh, he stole the ice charm? Whatever. Got another eye drop. Use that in a little bit, but not on this floor. Great, we're at 2 blast gauge, so no matter what, our fortress buddies should be fine. Honestly, I don't even care that he stole that item. If we find him, we find him. Oh, what? Can I take this item before I get ambushed? I really want this item, chat. Oh my gosh, it's still not my turn. Oh my gosh. Look how many enemies are in here. This is actually ridiculous. I'm hoping Chris will be okay. I might divert them to Kirk, so that way Chris doesn't die here, but Kirk is taking a ton of damage. Rob rose to level... Wait, Rob didn't heal Kirk? He healed Chris? What? I'm gonna Drawing Slice through this. Oh. I'm lucky that didn't trigger. That would have been pretty terrible. Please heal Kirk. Please heal Kirk. Thank you. There are so many enemies, chat. This is bad. I'm gonna let them get 1 turn closer, and I'm gonna Hulk Strike out. Kirk is coming to save the day. Thank you, Kirk. Chris is very much surrounded. Elm's in the room and oh, I think he got paralyzed. Because I was gonna say, if he AoE lightninged attack, this would be very useful here. Ooh, what a room, chat. Is there a way I can move and the AI won't step on this trap? I feel like the answer is no. Oh, come on. Really? I just want to go and leave this room. Do I have a recall scroll, or did I get rid of that? So annoyed right now, chat. I really am. I keep forgetting our allies didn't see the trap because I have eye drops on and they can't see it. It's just like little details like that I just don't think about. I guess I'll safety scroll so I don't have to deal with this again. But Rob is kind of in big trouble. I'm gonna have to walk him towards allies. Oh, this is really bad. Oh, why is no character walking towards me? Come on, really? Really? Come on, I just need somebody. I need literally anybody to help me with the medic. Oh my gosh. I'm so tilted. Why is Kirk going to the dead end when he can see it's a dead end on the map? No, this is such a dumb reason to lose characters. What the heck is Kirk fighting that he's taking damage? Oh, Kirk's the one down here. Oh, Kirk's in big trouble. So who's in the corner? Oh, Chris is in the corner. Oh. I'm gonna have to full heal Kirk, or Kirk's gonna die. Chris, I really need your character to come over here. This is really bad. I can't escape this scenario. Come on. There we go. This was so much harder than it had to be. Okay, now at least I could keep the medic safe. Took a Yggdrasil leaf. What a jerk. Okay, we're using one of the Amrita 2s. I got extras on purpose, chat. This is one of the reasons. Yeah, that was a big waste of Amrita. Okay, we got Callum back. It's just Kirk on his solo adventure. We got, presumably, Yggdrasil back. So we're out of inventory space again. Don't really want Explosion Charm. Don't care about that. Don't care about Ice Charm. I guess I could use Scroll the Lively Belt if we still have a use Scroll. No, we don't. Well, we'll throw these away. Fairy Boots are actually fairly decent. We'll hold on to them. Also, I didn't mean to pick up the thread there. That was silly. Really don't need this many slow salves. Even if I use this on the boss, it's not that useful. Got our bracers back, I guess. Oh, so I lose the ice resistance, but I get vitality, agility, and luck? Yeah, I guess for dodge. I'll take the dodge chance up. Alright, so this floor has been pretty terrible. Inventory too full for Amrita 2. That item we really kind of need. Anything we can use. Oh, I don't need this many threads. There is no way I could... See, it's like, I don't want to constantly swap party members so they don't pick up items, but it is just so annoying when they do stuff like that. Like, oh, just stop. I just want to put the item down, game. Like, I just find that very tiresome, chat. I'm like, I just want to get rid of these spare items. We have too many. I only need 2 at any given moment, and we have 4 for some reason. Let's get rid of these. Better. Unfortunately, we still have not been able to use Neither Dust. I guess we'll never see what it does, chat. If the game is just gonna bind it every time we have it, and or every time we go to a boss fight I don't have it, we'll never see it. So hopefully there should only be 2 more floors, so we might have to protect our allies with one of our blast gauges. So let's just build up some extra. Be good. Alum surprisingly has a lot of TP, but that's not a bad thing, because that's more Amrita for the boss. I'm gonna Hawk Strike through him, because I don't feel like being thefted. Kirk will hopefully deal enough damage for this to kill. He did. Good job, Kirk. Let's just gather some generic items. Not even gonna pick up that accessory. I don't care. So, we're gonna enter that boss arena with quite a bit of blast gauge at this rate. I'll check one more room. Just because if we do get more blast gauge, it does help us significantly. Ooh, almost at 4 blast gauge. This is going very well now. Okay. I can afford to continue further. If our allies end up using a blast gauge, we might get a quarter of a gauge back. I probably want to use another 3 drawing slices before the final floor, just to get respectful TP. Rob Callum honestly has so much TP that he doesn't even need the Amrita yet. Oh, speaking of which, let's make sure to use another eye drop. The way we can hold more items. Oh, look, there's a monster area. Don't feel like summoning it, though. Now we're just looking for the exit. Yeah, almost 4 blast gauge. I'm feeling better about this. Well, this was just went back to the entrance? That sucks. Ooh, item? Could be fun. We're slowly recovering TP via dodging. Callum getting the free AoE clear. Awesome. We're squeezing just a little more TP out. Our blast gauge is looking pretty good. Don't know if we'll get our Yggdrasil back, but it is what it is. So now I would prefer either this is the boss room or we get the port fight. Or if we get the port fight while going to the boss room, I'm also okay with this. We have more than enough, I think, to win. We're looking pretty good in terms of items. I guess at this stage, I could just afford to Amrita 2 Chris. Do we have enough Amrita 2 to heal Callum at least once? Not too much of an issue. And we're actually going to end this with 5 blast gauge. Perfect. Character healths are going to increase. Actually, that's a good point. Let's just hold still and get our health back. Why not? Why risk anything, chat? Like, we're gonna take it. Here we go. Reach the stairs down to the lowest level and turn your ears to it, listening carefully. You hear only the sound of running water, but you feel a distinct presence. The Embermen come at once to mind. What will you do? Oh, we're gonna go to the bottom floor with our 5 blast gauge. I'm sure we'll be okay. Fort fight? Oh, we didn't get fort fought. Oh well. Why, hello there, White Dragon. Oh no, chat, I just realized it's Blue Eyes White Dragon. Of course that's the ultimate boss. Silly me. Quick salve time. Let's see, now that we have quick salve, we'll use a Bravant. Actually, no. Let's play really defensive. I don't know what to expect. No, not Nimpo Decoy. What was the other one called? Flight?
Ready for dirty dancing?
Yeah, let's have potential damage immunity. We'll have Kirk go in with quick salve as well. Oh, I thought Kirk would get a turn there, but he didn't. That's scary. Let's quick salve.
No mercy.
Chris doesn't technically have to get closer. Chat's laughing at it. Let's see. Guess we could Bravant. Chris is now at full power state. Kirk is kind of far away from the enemy, which is kind of unfortunate. I'll use a Galvanic Rune, which is something we don't normally do. Or not this one. Runic Gleam for enhanced damage. And let's see how much damage Chris does. Hopefully a lot. Oh my. oh my, chat. That damage was kind of intense. Let's see. What can we do to make this boss even more trivialized? I have a feeling we're not going to use a Yggdrasil Leaf. Actually, chat, let's make a bet. I haven't done a bet in a while. Will the boss actually force me to Yggdrasil? I feel like that's a perfect one to guess. I'm wide open? Oh no. You're right, I am looking away. Let's do a contest, chat. Will I be forced to use... I'm not going to say item list, but no Yggdrasil. Can I beat Utopia with no Yggdrasil? Bet on if the stream team can win without death. And let's go ahead and start that bet up. Should be running. So the Guilty Bot is there. How much is the chat potentially earning? At random. Ooh, that's a lot of points. Chat could potentially win quite a bit if they guess correctly. Let's see, what else should I be doing while chat decides what they are gonna do? What would help us the most? I guess like a slow salve. I guess I could do this just to get more turns. And he slowed him. Okay, is this thing weak to ice? I need to know. If I use Glacier Rune, 10,000, and yes, that is the most definitive bet we have seen ever. So anyway, let's let's use Glacier Rune, and hopefully this does damage. Did do a lot of damage. But oh my. Oh, the boss is getting deleted. You know what, chat? We're gonna shut this fight down so hard, I'm gonna Spectral Cage as Kirk. This is just being mean. Oh my gosh. But is the boss fight already over, chat? Should I just pack it up? It's already done. Galvanic Runes. Let's see. Oh, that only did one. So its weakness is ice. I think we just made it lose a turn because of paralysis. Oh my gosh, stop. So its weakness is lightning, right? So let's just use Lightning Link. Oh, Kirk missed. Darn it, Kirk. Could have had, like, super damage. Oh well. What do I feel like doing on this? I don't even need Rob to do anything. I mean, this is just kind of one-sided. You know what, chat? We'll use... What do I even... I don't even have Steady Hands. I was gonna use Steady Hands as a joke. Oh my gosh, this is so unfair, chat. Oh, Glacier was the one I was trying to think of. Wow, this is just actually one-sided. Oh, the damage dealt is insane. Come on, do it. Oh, you avoided the link. What a jerk. Oh, that's the wrong one. It still did a lot of damage. Oh, he's no longer bound. That could be a problem.
End of the line.
End of the line, indeed. I mean, he's taking a crazy amount of damage. I guess we'll go for... Let's play it safe in case he actually doesn't attack. Let's do for a power break. He avoided the state of power down. That is just so unfortunate. Guess we could throw salve him. Oh, look, Rob assisted. Oh my gosh, this boss is just getting dunked on, chat. Oh. One day Electric Link will work, chat. One day. Oh yeah, he's in the state of Thunder Link. Oh wait, no, I should have Ice Link. What am I doing? I'm silly, chat. Oh well. We'll still take the free damage. So Bravant should be wearing off soon. So hopefully this boss dies. Oh, we deleted that. That was sad. Chat, how is this boss the boss of Utopia, but Ice Dragon exists? Can we talk about that? We didn't even see the boss's gimmick at all, by the way. Did the boss even attack? Chat, I think that was our first legitimate boss fight where the boss never had a turn to hit people, right? Nobody took damage, it missed. That's just sad. I didn't heal as the medic. I don't think auto heal triggered. Jeez. Well, anyway, Kirk definitely took home a monstrous amount of points since he bet more. So he took a majority of that 7k for sure. Wow, that was kind of sad. Chat, that boss was so underwhelming, I couldn't even get set up as Kirk. He died too quickly. I didn't even Bravant as Kirk yet or anything. Like, that was just sad. Oh well. I guess we'll report our mission. Get the 10k back, I suppose. More experience gained. An Emberman in the form of a dragon. But the 3 dragons have sealed that dungeon in order to protect it. It is a monolith, and no, those dragons did not help save Utopia. My previous theory was that they were only meant to protect the beautiful landscape. That I could have understood. This town is all that I personally seek to protect. That and the lovely scenery that surrounds it. Ah, but we could think of it this way. The dragons wanted to protect both the Embermen and the beautiful dragon. Oh no, the beautiful dungeon, my bad. I was like, wait a minute, are we talking to Kaiba? What happened here? That is simply the story I would tell. Only those 3 dragons would know the true reason, I suppose. Yeah, we just kind of murdered them in their home. I don't even know if they were aggressive necessarily, but we just went into the dungeon and killed them anyway. I know, the beautiful dragon. So I guess we'll take a sneak peek at the Champions Hall, I guess? I mean, today's session went extremely well. We cleared Mysterious Forest, and we cleared Utopia, and we could still get a little progress in the next dungeon. The next dungeon, I think, is fairly long. It might be closer to 40 floors. I don't recall. It's definitely more than 30. So that one could take a little while to clear. So I think we'll start this dungeon, and then next time we'll try to beat the Branch 11, but we'll see what happens. So I guess it's up to the chat. Who do you want to see explore the final dungeon? I'll leave it up to you. We did not need any of these items. We used the quick salves and the Bravants, but we did not need this many Yggdrasils. Actually, this is faster. I was thinking about it. I was like, if it was just like 1 or 2 items spread out, that would have been faster. I didn't even use the Gilding Scroll. Oops. I mean, we could kill DOEs, I guess. But it's all up to the chat. Is there a particular team you would prefer to see? Because I think at this point, we would probably just do a couple DOEs just to see if we get new items, and then just clear as far as we can in the other dungeon. I guess what I could do for now is I can remove Callum, because I think he got some screen time, and I'll bring Ping back in. I'm just thinking, do we even... I guess we leave it as is for now. I'll bring Ping in for now, but if the chat wants to see different characters, just let me know. And I will dispatch Callum for now. Oh, I don't want him in that lone dungeon. That would actually be terrible. Yeah, so what we're going to do, chat, is I'm actually going to take a very short break just to refill and rehydrate. So I'm going to give you a couple minutes to think about it, but feel free to post it in the chat, and I'll take a look at it when I return. But I'll be right back, chat. Okay, chat, I am back. See that there's a suggested team of Kirk, Ziggy, Ping, Laphicet. Sure, we could go ahead and do that. So I don't have too much time left in the current session, but we should still be able to do a little bit of exploration. We'll leave the DOEs for whenever, I suppose. It doesn't really matter when we do them. So I think what I should do is just make sure the other characters are in a fort. I think they lost their healer. I guess I put Chris in this fort for now. Dispatch. Healer back up here, because that's a pretty solid team. Oh, I thought I had more people not assigned. Guess not. So I've completely forgotten what my equipment even looks like. I haven't played as me in a while. Oh yeah, I have a minus, or is that a +1? +1 rapier. I technically wield a staff. Probably, oh, we actually have a really good rapier, interesting. Maybe I'll equip it for some damage. Sure, I can wear heavy armor. That's always good. Round shield, kind of disappointing. You know what, I'll take Kirk's hand-me-down item for now. I'll just get generic resistances, because this character likes to get into melee range for no reason. This character being somewhat tanky should be useful to us. That helmet is terrible. Let's instead wear a bassinet. So now this character is actually a decent frontline fighter. We have good damage variety here. Ooh, this shield is terrible. I don't have any defenses on it. Is that even worth it? I mean, I guess I can improve an Aspis and not really care if it gets buffed. Fine, crown hat for anti-headbind, which is good enough for me. Really good armor. Especially better than Ping's. Sure. We'll equip Ping with that. So, I guess I should check skills for these characters? Paralyze all enemies with fear? Sure. Suicide word seems more useful than conflict word, so I think I'm just gonna level that. Laffy set is basically also done as a character. Medics are kind of inexpensive to buff, and I don't feel like maxing revive is really worth it. Let's go ahead and get TP boost. I don't really care about anything else. All I care about is just never running out of TP chat. That's it. Recovery amount up, sure. Oh, we didn't learn refresh? Ooh. Oop, I'm glad I at least put some points in there. That could be a little dangerous for us later. Sure, we'll increase Kirk's regular attack power. And Ziggy could do whatever he wants. We'll do duration ups, why not? Reinforce. Sure, we're not using status ailments in this party, so if we get status ailmented, like paralysis, we could get healed. Restore TP whenever one of the user buffs ends. We should max this. Negotiation... Terrible. That is a terrible line of abilities. All these are terrible. Wait, am I done with this character? I think I am. I don't think I care about any of these skills. That's so sad. They have such a dead tree, chat. Oh well, I guess we'll get wood chopping. I mean, I can improve the firearm skills, but I don't really need to. Like, I guess I'll improve our resistances, I guess? There's no point to even learning those other skills, they're just terrible. I'm kind of curious if this skill is any good. Like, if we just want to get Blast Gauge quickly in a group. Otherwise, I don't really care about our remaining points, I'm not even gonna assign them. That just shows how little I care, chat. I'm not even bothering to assign the points anymore. I'm like, nah, it just doesn't matter. We'll get a gilding scroll, I suppose. Yeah, let's just go a little for, like, we'll check the dungeon out, and then we'll kind of back out, I think. We'll get one gilding scroll for the new weapon. That should be good enough. And I guess we'll sell items and see what else we could bring with us. Good enough, I suppose. Let's go ahead and just get generic buffs to everything, although I have a feeling we won't be in the dungeon too long. We'll take advantage of it. Let's try again. So we'll try to go at least 5 or 6 floors just to get a little... Get an idea of what the dungeon is like, and we'll put a fort on the first floor immediately. Champion's Hall is described as a maze discovered by the keepers from an ancient document. Though you keep your equipment and levels, it is by no means easy. It is much easier than the reset dungeon, spoilers. So, technically the final dungeon, Champion's Hall. Saving our progress. Big music. Let's go ahead and luxury fort this. I guess it's Kirk time. We don't have a lot of AoE damage. It's basically just up to ping to poison things. Protobot use set trap. Interesting. Oh, it's one of the murder claws. Ew. Give Kirk some Fire Strike. And Kirk killed it instantly. Sure, we didn't even need to do that. Coma Scream. Okay, so it's gonna try to sleep us. Very interesting dungeon so far. Protobot is going on a trap rampage somewhere. We'll take any scrolls we can find in the meantime. Ooh, that pierces. That's not good. New enemy. Diggy has chop skill up. If nothing else, you might notice new items. I didn't see where Protobot was, so we'll just continue down for now. Fort is complete. That should help significantly. Demon Drake. We are coming across new enemies, it seems. Ziggy's empowering all of our attack bonuses, which is good. And it does slightly buff us. So I guess buffs count towards the reinforce ability. I don't really care what abilities he activates. I just want to make sure Ping has Poison Curse, Suicide Word. I think these are the only ones I'm kind of interested in. Now that is a damage increase. So the attack up is very apparent on Kirk's character. Ooh, we could be in danger here. Oh. Oh, interesting. So every time Ping gets put to sleep, he'll get his TP back. That's kind of nice. I'm assuming the robot is weak to lightning. That's not the right ability, but we'll take it. Ping use and poison on the room. Thank you, Ping. That is useful because they are quite tanky. So Ziggy's actually doing some decent damage there. We'll do double strike since Kirk already double ailmented this thing. Oh, he killed it already. Wasn't needed. Again, Ziggy's doing some very passive small amounts of healing with his attack order, which isn't bad. And again, every time we get put to sleep, it's free health. And TP for Ping. And given how many things do that, Ping's TP should be fine. Sure, we'll go down another floor. Oh, I'm sorry, what was this map? What? Oh, no. Chat, oh no. This is another very complicated looking dungeon. Oh, I feel bad for the people that want to fill in every single room in a dungeon. I feel so bad for them, chat. There's so much they'd have to do in this game. Why don't we go for guard order? Yeah, I'm thinking instead of Rob's character, if I were to use this team again, I'd probably put a dancer. I don't think I need a true healer with this team. If I have two ult healers. This team should survive though. So if we want to play it safe, this team's still fine. Rick doing the shankety shank with his giant sword. Oh hey, look, 4 attack increase. again, we're just getting very minor buffs here and there. We should be fine. This team also has no mobility, which is a bit disappointing. No, I don't want to take the stairs. I'm gonna keep killing. Ooh, Ziggy's getting very low in health. So here's like if a dancer was here, I would just have them on constant heal state. The medic should suffice for the same role. Hellcry. Oh, it improved itself. Hey, removed his buffs and killed him. Good job, Ziggy. You did the only thing you should do. Oh, this thing is called Monarch Tree. It's quite a name. It's no calamity god. So fortunately, our passive HP recovery should be extremely high due to Ziggy, so I don't really need to heal between waves. As you can see, the health regen is pretty high. Huh, no enemies. Ooh, can I even reach that with this team? I can't. That's so sad. I guess I could have haste sigiled myself. I might have had a haste sigil on me. Oh well, I'll keep that in mind for next time. Yeah, we can't reach anything because none of us have mobility skills. Oh, ew! What the heck is this room? What is this room? Ew! Cat, I don't agree. Can I even survive this as Kirk? I don't think I can. This is a lot of DPS. Does Poison Curse work from here? No, it doesn't. Oh, well, Kirk's super dead. Oh, wait! Ziggy actually stopped Kirk from dying. 'Cause I left him at 1 HP. But yeah, see, this team doesn't have a get off me. Yeah, like, I can't enter the room to use the Hexer. That's my big problem with the Hexer. Like, if we had a Rune Master, we could have still dealt damage. You're super dead, Kirk. There's nothing I could do to save you from this room. There's so much damage. And you survived again due to encouragement. Apparently, Ziggy is keeping you ultra alive, because you should have died twice now. So I guess we're finally seeing the encourage ability kick into high gear, I suppose. Oh, please steal an item and leave so I can enter this room. Thank you. I know, the revives are intense. See, that would be useful when you don't have a true healer to just get the free revives. Oh my gosh, this is so much damage. Well, Kirk has toughed it out, surprisingly without using a Yggdrasil leaf. So good job, Kirk. You somehow didn't technically die. Oh my gosh. The full heals are real. Let me in the room! I just want to get in the room! Stop! Oh my gosh, chat. At this rate, I'm expecting the enemy that teleported away to back attack us. It's just this kind of room. I'm gonna bring Ping in the room so our allies can actually do something. I'm gonna make another step. There we go. Jeez. Anyway, welcome to the final dungeon, I guess. Oh, is that the enemy that stole from us? I was just joking that he would show up and try to fight us. Yeah, give us our loaf back, you jerk. Oh, hello. Let's use a guard order. Oh, that's right, he dodges his own buffs. I also forgot that was a thing. Kirk, time for Kirk to go in. You could do it, Kirk. I believe in you. Also, wait a minute. I had how much insta-kill and it didn't trigger? 3. Oh, wow, that's really unlucky. But the bind triggered. Okay. Right, chat? Okay. Well, anyway, time for some passive healing. Yeah, we'll try to get to like 4 or 5 or so, and then I think we'll stop. I think we got a good taste for the dungeon. We'd always put a temporary for it, I suppose, to leave. That would also be a good idea. Yeah, this is gonna take some pretty good items to deal with. We probably need a ninja. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Yeah, I think the problem is, like, we're gonna come into scenarios where we can't enter the room at all. So we need either, like, a gunner or a room master. Potentially. Also, geez, where is this exit? Seriously? Oh, it must be in the bottom right. Oh, hello. Well, I guess we got our poison pill back. So again, like, these enemies do a lot of damage, but at the same time, it's like, is this gonna be harder than beating the reset dungeon? No, because at least I have good items. Like, if we couldn't keep our items but kept our levels, this one might arguably still be harder. Wow, poor Kirk's TP. I was doing so many stabby stabs. Yeah, we're gonna need to back a couple times. I feel like the descent into the dungeon is more difficult than the boss. And I feel like that's true for almost every single level, except for that poor Utopia dragon. Or not the Utopia dragon, the ice dragon. Even ice dragon was harder than the other area. We can still say rest in peace to Utopia dragon, though. Or Blue Eyes. It was not Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, unfortunately. That did a lot of damage. You mind guard ordering us so we don't die? Oh yeah, he should be safe now. Yeah, 120 versus 40 damage. Yeah, definitely Blue Eyes Dead Dragon. I agree, chat. Yeah, I'm half wondering. Ooh. Poison Curse to delay a turn? Yeah. Smart play, chat. Smart play. Because I couldn't move the AI out of the way in time. Well, goodbye all of our TP. So I guess this is technically the hardest dungeon we've done so far. We haven't fought any DOEs, which has me a little concerned, because those could actually be extraordinarily difficult. Auto heal is always nice. One day we'll kill this thing. Let's use Electric Link, I guess. There we go. I forgot how much health it had, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just use Elementals, whatever. If the AI doesn't want to use Electric Arm, not on us, chat. So yeah, let's try to at least get to the 6th floor, actually. We'll put a cheap fort here, because I don't really care what happens to it. If it gets destroyed, it's like, whatever. Actually, I just noticed the time. So I'm unfortunately going to have to conclude. Just a moment. So we'll kill this room and then we'll back. But we should have a means to get back, at least. Like, if we want to continue where we were last time. Yeah, Ziggy's actually not doing too bad now that he has, like, a really good shield and armor, because I feel like heavy armor scales pretty well in the game, as do shields. Early on, I don't feel like the shields are that good, unless you really get the extra ingredients to buff them. Because otherwise, I just feel like defensively, they're always, like, behind, like, whatever gauntlets you can attain for free. And move Ping. Oh, I can't walk through Ping. He's actually a solid object. That is really unfortunate because I don't think there's much I could do about this. Try to heal Ping, and hopefully he lives. Oh, it's not the right button. Plays Ping briefly and Poison Curse to give ourselves extra turns. Yeah, I think the Sovereign doesn't have a lot of synergy with the Hexer, because he likes to buff, like, melee units. That's why I feel like ult melee units are pretty good, or even the Medic to some extent, if I give the Medic a better weapon. Oh, I probably should have just refreshed. I think we're good for now. I'm just gonna go up a floor and then reset this room. Didn't give us a lot of insight as to where to go next, unfortunately. We did a cheapo for it. Hey, it's better than nothing. Perk is definitely mandatory, or at least an Elementalist is mandatory to deal with these stupid crabs. Electric Link seems to do a lot of damage. Good job, Kirk. At least did okay damage. There we go. I finally get to do the stacks I was looking to do earlier. First Tusk. Actually get some interesting items from let's see. I'm just looking to see if we can escape without using a thread, and if not, I'll just use it in a little bit. Lightning does a ton of damage to that monster. And we got the triple links going, basically. He should die from this. I had a feeling, chat. In my heart, I was like, no way he was taking that much elemental damage and still continuing. I don't see a way to go back from that. I forget if... Did the basic forts not have the geomagnetic pull? I kind of forgot. It's been so long since we used them, and it has not been relevant until now. Oh well. Guess we'll check one other fort location, just to make sure. Nothing but terrible enemies, gotcha. Perk is getting pretty hungry. As am I, actually, because I was looking to take a food break soon. Goodbye, bunny. Excellent, excellent. That'll just lead back to here. I'll check to see if there's... Ew, why are there so many enemies in here now? Ew. Oh, Kirk's insta-kill triggered. Good job, Kirk. You insta-killed him. Still a Ceiling Sigil, I don't really care. We'll go ahead and get a Poison Curse, that way I could get into the room more easily. And again, keep in mind, this is still leveling every other character we have. Oh, that's right, Poison will do quite a bit of damage to this. So it should be dead in 2 more turns. Or 3 turns. I guess maybe it has 50 health? Good to know. Or at least, it has exactly 60 at most. Yeah, I kind of wish, like, in general, if they were to fix some of the classes, I definitely wish the Sovereign had more synergy with other classes. Because not a lot of other characters apply, like, direct buffs. That would have been kind of interesting if that could have been possible. Okay, so it looks like, because we chose a cheapo fort, we can't leave for free. Okay. Now we know for the future, chat. So let's go ahead and leave. We'll talk about expectations for tomorrow while we sell some items. So, at this rate, we only have 2 major dungeons left. We have the ludicrous, like, 60-floor dungeon, which is the Phantom Forest, which hopefully will be tomorrow. And then after that, we just have this final dungeon. So we got a little bit of a taste for it, and honestly, so far not too bad, but maybe as it gets empowered, we'll encounter a true challenge in that dungeon. Go ahead and sell the Fire Charm. And sell these remaining items. Apparently make new items. We'll just briefly check that out, and I think we're done for the day. So, because we picked up a Heavy Iron Ball, we could potentially get a new hammer. Death Wand with, excuse me, 7 empty slots? Oh my, chat. That's actually a game changer for all of our mages. First Tusk is easy to get. We just have to fight the... not Calamity God. Huh. A 21 defense, 4 slaughter. Not bad. Much better than the Adarga. General Leather. Ooh. So it's just another 2 luck, 2 HP. Oh, too bad he needs Heavy Iron Ball. We're never gonna get that in mass. Huh, interesting. Double hit point boots. I don't think we got any more things there, unfortunately. So, let's go ahead and save the game and talk about expectations. So, we already discussed in terms of Etrian Odyssey. Now, one other thing I'm still on the fence about, and I'll ask now, and I'll definitely ask again next stream, is that we're looking to do another weekday game. And I was hoping to do Valkyrie Profile 2, but I'm coming across some technical issues, so we'll formally switch to the stream end for this discussion. So, I'm kind of torn between 2 different paths with it. I do want to play it, but it's not 100% accurate. And what I mean by that is even with the PS3 that I have, your phone just notified you were streaming. Well, that would be a shame if you just logged in. But, yeah, so we have the unfortunate route. We have the PS3 version, which has no graphic issues, but has a very annoying static sound on all cutscenes. So to me, that's not a playable version. It's such a shame because it looks perfect otherwise. Or I could try to get the disc to work on the PC, and I can try to run it through like an emulator. Like I have an actual copy of the disc with me, so it should work. I don't have to do anything crazy with it. No, like, anything else needed. Literally, I have everything needed to play the game. But the downside with that is that the PC version, if you were to run it, whether through the disc like I'm planning to do, or if you were to do a ROM, which is probably less legal, the problem with it is that there's still some graphic issues with it. So while I can get the same kind of HDMI 1080 upscaling that I would get on the PS3 version automatically, it unfortunately does not perfectly emulate it. So there's a couple dungeons I was looking at that look kind of weird. So there's... try not to go super technical, but think of it this way. Whenever there is, like, shading, whenever there's, like, really dynamic shading, like, let's say you have, like, a sunset colored area, it will not behave well in most emulators, or even sometimes the PS3 itself. So unfortunately, because this game is using pretty much every capability of the PS2, one of the early dungeons uses the shader to have, like, kind of a at sunset and also, I think, an at night version of a particular dungeon, and it looks really weird. So there's some graphic issues abound. The only other thing I think I can avoid is there is a game crash they listed if you do play via the PC method, but we have a workaround for that. So that's not an end of the world scenario. I can skip the cutscene and we can watch the cutscene. Like, I could literally pause the game and I could go find the cutscene online. So it's not a big deal to me. I can find a different way to show this cutscene. That's not the end of the world. The problem with it is more just, is the chat okay with it having some graphic issues? Excuse me, because otherwise I think the game will be fine. I don't know anything else about the plot of the game. I played maybe about 20 minutes and I skipped almost all cutscenes. I was just listening to see if they were rendering correctly. And I was just doing some research on it. So I think otherwise the game is playable on the PC start to finish, and the audio would be fine. Yeah, it's like, it's not like to the point where something will cover the camera, which is another big issue with playing PS2 games. PS2 games in general are very hard to play, for those that aren't aware, on like an emulator, because they still haven't resolved it. It's 2021 and they still have issues with it. Hold on 1 second, chat. Okay, sorry about that. I was just getting a call for lunch. I have to go pick it up. So from that standpoint, I think it's, yeah, I think what Chris is saying pretty much sums it up. I would rather have some graphic issues where the red looks weird, like you can see like geometric red rather than it applying to like the character model or the background correctly. I would rather have that than the static sound, because the static sound I found was very distracting, whereas I was more amused by like the dungeon issues. Like it's still very much playable. I can still see the character and the enemies. So from that standpoint, I guess we'll probably do the PC version based off of what we're saying. So we should still be able to see everything. It's just you'll see weird grid lines. Yeah, I was also thinking if I wanted to just leave it as like the basic resolution of the PS2, but honestly, if it's only going to impact a dungeon or two, I might just leave it like that. Like, we'll see grid lines you wouldn't see if you didn't upscale it. But other than that, I think it makes the rest of the game look better, because it actually does render pretty well in 1080, surprisingly. So rather than have like really fuzzy pixel edges for the characters, they'll be a lot more defined. And I think if we make everything but like that 5 or 10% of the game look good, maybe we'll be okay with it to the finish. Anyway, I'm glad I talked with you, chat. So it sounds like we'll try the PC version, and we'll just have to barrel on through. Because this game turned to be quite a research project in order to get up and running. There were so many things I had to adjust, chat. So hopefully it'll run okay. I was just learning all sorts of weird facts about it. Maybe we'll talk about the weird facts when we're actually in the game itself. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why this game does not emulate correctly, even when you have the disc. You play it. Just because of the hardware that's needed from the PS2 is not present on most things. And unfortunately, my PS3 does not have the true hardware. So I still have like a quote-unquote emulated version of it. So some games don't work well, and unfortunately that is one of them. But oh well, I'm sorry, chat, I'm not paying the $400-something to get a 60 gig PS3, or to get another $200-something in equipment to get the PS2 to work. I'm like, nah, how about no, chat? I'm willing to share things, but there's only so far I want to go with money for this. Especially since I don't think it will be a particularly long game, to be honest. But we'll see. In any event, those are the plans for tomorrow, and it sounds like Tuesday we'll be starting Valkyrie Profile 2. So with that, I'd just like to thank you all for joining, and I hope you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.